Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Free plasma, key to the universe. The principal fields. Create plasma. Plasma can become a self-sustaining star, or a proton or electron. Introduction of a second field. Field forces find their magnetic, gravitational positioning. Two fields with a gap creates free plasma between. Three plasmas form a free plasma at the common center. A fourth plasma allows the starship configuration with a free plasma core. An environment of tightly arranged plasmas appears as a solid structure. The nanomaterial process allows gaps in the structure for plasma flow. The gap inside the nanolayers creates free plasma in between.
And greetings to everyone, and welcome to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for December 1st, 2024. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Skork, and along with each and every one of the participants that are here today, as this is a roundtable meeting, and all the souls are equal as we understand it. And so we'll move forward in this teaching. Again, we're going to cover the 566, and I'm quite impressed with what Mr. Keshe is doing with the new cycle of GANs and many of the other products that are just unbelievable, which are in the store. He even mentioned having the cosmic ray bundle and be able to decontaminate you from a remote distance. And I think that's what some of these plastics and other Ganses, Twinity Ganses, will be able to do. But at my level of understanding, I'm just basically still in the nursery school. I don't think I can match anything coming close to that. But we don't discourage you from testing. Please continue your testing, and please bring your testing in to show others what you're achieving. But many of these offers in the store have already been developed and have been in the background for many years, even with the heart attack and stroke system. Mr. Keshe said he developed this system years ago. So I'm going to stress the store and the importance of actually not trying to make a knee Gans. As Mr. Keshe said, no one knows how to produce that. You're welcome to try as often as long as you'd like. But if you want to get the official products from the Keshe Foundation, which are ready to go and ready for test, I encourage you all to support the Keshe Foundation store. And this is one of the ways we keep the Keshe Foundation free for humanity. But before we go into all of that, we usually start by reading our World Peace Treaty, again, reaffirming our acknowledgement to peace and what it's going to take for all of us to move in to become passengers of the universe, if that's what you want to do. Because apparently peace is quite important in the universe, much more important than here. And as we've seen, we've had in the last 3,000 years, 5,000 wars, and this condition will not be taken into the universe. And apparently it will be, this planet will be brought to a peaceful condition, and then will be allowed more and more to go and interact with the universal community, which, as I understand it, are peaceful. They may have their issues in the past, but at this point, you look with your biggest, deepest telescope and you can't see a war in space. You don't see any victors or any conquerors or anything like that, or any signs of war. I would think by now, in the deepest reaches of space and how far we've been able to look into the universe, we haven't seen that sort of condition as we see it here on this planet. So one of the efforts of the Keshe Foundation is to bring this planet into a permanent peaceful condition. And one of the documents that we use for this, and this will be the exact document that world leaders sign, that world religious leaders sign, pledging themselves, their nation, their religion perhaps, to peace, and peace within ourselves and peace with all other existing entities, even those you cannot see, which again, there's some techniques on being able to sense them in so many ways. So this is the page we usually start at. Collectively with our souls, let's all get on the same sort of peaceful track and reaffirm our ethos. As we know, the foundation is delivering a new science, a new ethos, and a new language. And as Mr. Keshe said, the science is not really new. It's new to us, but this is the process of creation that's been going on in the universe for billions of years. In the Keshe Foundation, they're just replicating this process, and we've seen much evidence of that taking place. Certain things in the universe which takes billions of years to achieve are being achieved in a very, very rapid pace. And there's a reason, again, for all of this, and that's to bring us into an enlightenment and an elevated position that we can understand more and understand what we're doing. Would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? There are no big words in it, so anyone?
I can't see it.
You cannot see it. Am I sharing the screen properly? No, I'm not. Host issue. There we go. Sorry
Okay.
about that, But yes, thank you for joining in with us. And if you don't mind, please continue.
I, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. I shall never think about getting involved or inciting war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this, I will agree and swear with my nation, United States, hopefully, and with my soul. After
Yes.
signing this treaty, I'm proud to display this certificate wherever I consider it being important to me. that everyone can see and know my ethos to fellow man and to mankind and other created beauties of Creator.
Thank you, Erm. Anything you'd like to add about this little document here, which looks quite simple, but as we heard with the disclaimer, there's much more to this, I think. And of course, it's not only the war of men against men, but we certainly have a war against the vertical and the horizontal people as well, which of course we call the vertical people plants and the horizontal people animals. But we've never sort of acknowledged that. We've thought it's been our right, but there's still much too much killing going on this planet. And this is why we're developing tools to be able to feed ourselves in a way, the way the Creator feeds itself, without killing any of its creation. And of course, you may say, how could you feed yourself without eating? But again, we're learning the way the Creator feeds himself, or way the universe works in moving energies around. That it's not so much chewing your energy, but it's learning how to absorb pure energy fields. And as we've seen, a lot of the things we've been eating have been containing plastics, much plastics. I was looking around my home, and almost everything I have is in some sort of plastic container, whether it's the ketchup, the mustard, packaged things that I've brought home, things that are wrapped up like a chicken in a bag, and so on and so forth. So the amount of plastic we're putting into our system is quite extraordinary, and that's one of the things which we're going to cover today, is some of these products in the Keshe Foundation store. For you to make a magnet of plastics, you could probably do it in a week if you knew what you were doing, but if you didn't, it may take you a lifetime. But as I said, many of these products are available in the Keshe Foundation store, and we will be reviewing that. But maybe we'll just go to the workshop, which is the 500 and this is a little bit of a shorter workshop. Mr. Keshe was apparently not feeling well. So this is the background, and someone just happened to send me like a synopsis of the workshop from one of the German groups, if I can locate it, and just to go through it. But again, a short workshop, but a very deep knowledge was shared to us. And again, this is all about finding out about yourself and your capabilities. Not telling me what I can do, but you finding out for yourself. We can share what we think we understand, but it's more and more, I think we're coming to realize that you are that universe, you are that Magrav, and you are the laboratory to experiment with. Yes, continue to test and nanomaterials and making ganses and the rest of this, but it really comes down to finding out more about ourselves. And I did like what Mr. Keshe said about we're opening up the mystery of the matter state of the entity to its energies. And apparently our capabilities and our capacities are way beyond even our own imagination. And as he said, if you build the correct Magrav, it will give you things that you thought were only impossibilities. But again, it's understanding the essence of the Magrav and the essence of the teaching. So we have some work to do in that department, I think, all of us. And I have a sense that Mr. Keshe may come out with one of these devices that will, again, provide you that constant feeding of universal energy you need to create that plasma to be able to create flight in a way. And of course, we're not flying usually as the birds fly, but in the dimension of energy. And this is what we're learning all about in these workshops. But if I could, I'm just going to see if I can find where I think it was Andreas, or perhaps it was Mario, who used to put many of these things together. Let's just see if it's still there. Oh, Okay, I'm looking in a different, I'm looking actually in the wrong location for this. And of course, it's coming up. Okay, yes. Mr. Keshe, we saw the introduction of, again, this was about the resources of this planet really never depleting, but also the magnetic storms that are happening on the sun and things, creating all sorts of weather conditions, and these Earth changes are going to come. It's a good thing and a not so good thing. The good thing is that that energy, as the mother, we call the sun kissing the child, which we call the earth. This is some sort of elevation for our souls or our enlightenment. But at the same time, these energies go into the earth or into the core, and the planet has to do something with those energies. And usually it results, or it could result in a perhaps an eruption like a volcanic situation or a cyclone or a storm. This is the way the planet releases its energy. It's almost like when you have to sneeze and they say don't hold back the sneeze. It's not very healthy for you, but to let it out. Well, the planet has to do the same thing. So in this process of the sun getting involved in our elevation, it's also bringing energies that are causing some turmoil or perhaps some mayhem. We're seeing things happening in different parts of the world that haven't usually happened. It's not been a pattern. So just like any highway you travel on, you may run into some bumpy paths. We know the whole galaxy and the universe are sort of spinning in a way or moving in a direction. So we're always in new locations with different energies, and this is causing it. But it's primarily, as I think it is, from the sun and the other interactions that are going on, not to count out the black hole in the center of our galaxy, um, or even in our local area, let's say. There's many black holes within black holes. So this is part of this energy that we're dealing with, and apparently there's ways to solve that with this new material, which Mr. Keshe said a gram of the cosmic ray material used properly can create a dome over a nation, just as it was developed for incoming meteors and asteroids and everything like that. And he's asking us, how did the universe structure itself, or the origin of the magnetic field as a plasma? And again, this, do we call hydrogen a God particle? But it seems to be at the basis, or is the fundamental building block, at least in this universe, and perhaps throughout the number of universes. I'm not exactly sure, but maybe it has a different isotopes or something. You can have hydrogen and deuterium and tritium. And so I think different solar systems will have, or different universes may have different, it may not all be hydrogen, although I have heard that. And then again, how did the universe start? There was an explanation on the whiteboard and these residual fields. We know the creator released one ray, and in interaction with itself created some plasmas, and then with the environment. So there's a lot of, we're always apparently creating plasmas, free plasmas, even to our interactions here, even me speaking to you or you speaking to me, or we're having a conversation. Two fields interacting creates a plasma, as we saw in the opening video. And he's saying what's going on in the mother's womb or in the belly is the same thing that happens in the universe, this motion and movement of the hydrogen. And then there'll be some, the growth in the universe is allowed by others, apparently other universes allowing this expansion. And again, this is my understanding, and I'm basically still in the nursery school of this training. Have you ever heard of somebody in nursery school for 7 years? Wow, that means he's got to go back and review more. But Mr. Keshe is saying go back and study these things. And this is what I've been feeling too. We haven't really been able to comprehend. We're given the alphabet, but the words have not come yet. We're still, in a way, drawing these figures of the alphabet, not able to do the words. And then the energy side of the C60 and the C14. He's asking again to continue to review the last 3 or 4 teachings and how powerful they are if you understand the true essence of what's being taught. And a lot of times we think we have, but our work shows that we haven't really understood. Yes? Did someone want to say something? Could you close your mics if you're not speaking? And of course, he covered a little bit about the situation in the Ukraine, the situation in the Middle East, and decontamination. He's looking actually for someone to bring up some of these older teachings which are brought into the public domain. But he did go into a little bit of decontamination and catching some of these particles that would come in through, perhaps you have in a way, some air coming under your door or through vents or for other ways, or the contamination of a nuclear material gets on your food. Okay, I'm going to mute. I'm hearing some scratching sounds. Okay. Again, there's ways to bathe and do some of these things, and many were actually shown in Fukushima previously. So they're looking for some of these ways to decontaminate. They're not looking for, they're looking for us to review. And especially in Western Europe, as we understand it, and in the Middle East, where the probability is much higher. But I think all of us will be, as we understand, the Northern Hemisphere is going to be quite subject to any sort of discharges of material which is radioactive. The Southern Hemisphere apparently is much safer. That's why many people have bought huge plots of land down there to run to, I guess, if there's ever an event. But this is much closer. As Mr. Keshe said, we're at about 11 and 59 minutes before the 12 midnight, and we're just waiting for the alarm to ring or the bell to ring. So we're quite close, but as he said, there's still hope for peace, and there's still hope for a peaceful resolution with this. And of course, we know the key to achieving that is not through our writing to our congressman or our president, but to use the energies collectively of our soul to create a condition that they will see what they're doing to the planet, to the nations, and to the others, and then find a way to correct that. But we're just creating the conditions, and this is part of what we do. But this is the secret to reaching them and their paymasters who are behind the scenes. It's not protesting, it's not writing letters, it's not holding placards or stomping your feet up and down, but it's to use your emotions in a way to create a condition that others, whether it's world leaders or others, even to your own cat or dog, can be touched in the same way through these energies, rather than trying to do so many things in the physicality, which usually, in a way, fall flat many times. But this is the way we're changing the conditions on this planet, is through our energies and through the giving to others, which is a process which we'll take with us in the universe. So that's the basic overview. Any questions or thoughts or something somebody would like to cover? Mr. Keshe did make some announcements in this, which were very short, only about 3 minutes. But he did say there's a new cycle of GANs material being created. And I just want to say, rather than you thinking you can do some of these things, and he even said the remedies that he made for himself with this little cold that he had, you can try to do it with the CO2, and the rest you won't do it. You won't match that. We don't have this deeper understanding of what we need. So let me just go to the announcements, and we'll hear Mr. Keshe. You know, we thought the store was actually, in a way, emptying its inventory, but now it seems more and more that the store is adding. And this new cycle of GANs will be another revolutionary breakthrough in the plasma science. You can try to replicate them, but if I was suffering from migraine headaches, rather than me make a GANs and try to handle that, I think I would go to the store and get a product that's made correctly, with the full understanding of some of the knowledges that we don't even have access to. And he's referred to this with the pain pen. And again, cosmic ray bundle decontaminating people remotely. This is nothing that I can do at this point. Now, perhaps if I was explained how to do it, I could, as we saw with the Cup of Life and how successful that was. But without that, I think we need to go back to the store and keep the Keshe Foundation free by picking up some of these offers in the store and testing them and reporting back to the foundation. This seems to be the way Mr. Keshe is proceeding and going forward. And again, with the MagRav, we heard quite a bit about the MagRav again. Many people have played with it. Many people have talked about it. Many people have plugged it in. But yet he said, if you don't build it correctly, they were asking, does it work? And he said, not really. So there's still a lot. And I think he's going to come out with a device in the store to do exactly what the MagRav would do, but it'll be miniaturized. This is what we're seeing across the board within the Keshe Foundation, that the Ubisos from 1-ton unit has shrunk down to a 5-pound unit. What we see with the briefcase that was shown in China creating the CH4, that is going to be shrunk down to a AA battery. What we used to see as the head unit, what he called the head unit, which was going to be going to Arizona and so on, has now been shrunk down to headphones. And we did see those head units in London, and they were quite large. I mean, if you take a woman's hair dryer at a beauty salon, multiply that about 3 or 4 times, and that's how big the head units were. So this is getting miniaturized now. They're just using the headphones. There'll be no more head units, as I understand it. So all of these things are getting miniaturized, and I think perhaps this will happen with a MagRav as well, since he's given us 10 years to show what it can do. And I mean, when he said it should float if you build it correctly, again, was he talking about us? Because so often he said, you are that MagRav, not the physical dimension and not winding the copper wires. But he said we haven't handled it properly, and that's why most of our understanding in MagRavs have come to a halt. But we can hear that a little bit later. But let's hear the announcements, and this is where Mr. Keshe is moving with the Keshe Foundation. I know he's not allowed to say some of the things. He's asked to sort of be quiet about what's in the background and developing. I don't know exactly what that is, or to comment on the Middle East either. So he's being a bit more subdued. As he said, he released a little bit too much knowledge in some of the previous teachings. But I was just imagining earlier in one of the other meetings we had today, was that imagine if the Keshe Foundation is already working with the Tesla car company and Musk, and in the background they've already developed a prototype of a hovering car which can be demonstrated. And maybe now, President, this is going to be a surprise for the incoming president. And what will happen is incoming President-elect Trump will see this car in the background and then, in a way, sort of sell it to the public. In other words, he'll say something like how great this Elon Musk is, that through his technology and understanding, he's developed this hovering car that doesn't need to be refueled for 10 or 15 years, and it's so fantastic. This guy is so great. He's landing rockets, vertically, and he's doing all sorts of things. And this is just one of the newest developments in the, and by the way, he may say, this car will have an option to feed you. So this is what I'm thinking could be going on in the background, because Mr. Keshe has mentioned many times Elon Musk and taking this sort of carcass of the electric car, removing the batteries and a few other things, and retrofitting it with some sort of reactors where the shock absorbers are, and then a control system. So this may already be in the works. We know in the earlier years, maybe a dozen years ago, Mr. Keshe was ready to produce the flying car. in one of the abandoned General Motors factories in Europe and was actually granted a $500 million to make this project happen. But as I understand it, certain governments blocked it, never took off, so to speak, and now a dozen years later or so, this whole process is turning around and coming back to where it was back then and creating this car. So we'll have to see. There's a lot of variables, as Mr. Keshe said, going on in the background, and a lot of intrigue and so many changes of power and structures that are going on in the background. But let's hear the announcements. Anyone want to say anything? I've run out of words. Okay. Let's hear the announcements for November 28th in the 566 Knowledge Seekers Workshop. But what struck me was this new cycle of GANs, and we've seen many. We'll go to the store after this video. If you're not hearing it, let me know.
Hi, Mr. Keshe. Would you like to have some announcements or other things you'd like to discuss before we get into our questions?
Not really today. It's just the structure which we set up is moving along, and we hopefully will have some news for knowledge seekers in the next few weeks on the progress of our work. But we have to be very careful. As I said, the past couple of weeks, I gave too much information in teachings, and some of our governments were not happy that we release information in this way. So I have to be prudent that what we release till it's done, and so we keep very quiet about it. On the other hand, in the next week or so, Keshe Foundation will release another cycle of new answers for a specific application, and with this will come a lot of new understanding, new emotions. A lot of knowledge seekers write to us, can I use one gas in conjunction with the other? As long as they don't interfere, yes. Because you do that in your normal life. You do many things. You do listening, you listen, you eat, you walk, and this gases, use of gases has to become that normal life for you. It's just learn how to use it, when to use it, that it gives you the maximum outcome and what it needs to be done. The new cycle of gases is, it'll bring a new dimension to the work of the Keshe Foundation, and we have opened the Keshe Foundation channel in a different way that you might see new knowledge seekers and new groups of knowledge seekers, which we have to be fully aware of their new approach, understanding, as they are totally what we call connected to the physical dimension and not understanding the technology.
Who are these new groups of knowledge seekers we're about to see, and where are we going to see them? Anyone have a thought on that? Are they going to come into the public domain? Will we see them in the workshops? Who are these groups of new knowledge seekers, but they don't understand the technology, and they're more connected to the physicality? Well, we're pretty connected to the physicality as well, although we're starting to realize that we do live in really simultaneously two dimensions. But when he was talking this new line of products, he didn't talk about you making those products. He talked about you learn how and when to use the products that are being offered in the store. Yes, here I see a mic has come open.
I'm just going to take a guess, Mark, and say that the new knowledge seekers would come from academia.
But wouldn't they lose their chair if they were found to be cavorting in a way with the Keshe Foundation? Or is it someone perhaps out of the space agencies, which seem to want to make some huge progress, but really haven't made a lot of progress? Okay, we landed a rocket vertically. Again, I was impressed, and so wasn't President Trump, I think, when he saw that. But I guess one of those vertical landings ended up in the ocean just in case there was a failure. It wouldn't hurt anyone in the surrounding areas. But go ahead, Alex.
Well, everyone has to make a choice, right? Do you continue with the systems that are letting you down, or do you incorporate new knowledge? I think
Yeah,
that
I mean, we're
opportunity is
still
coming.
burning fuels from how long ago? I mean, we've never got out of that, have we?
Oh,
This new space program, which is in the energy dimension, we've never sort of gotten past burning. Although I do think some, perhaps, shall we call them black budgets or other things, have probably done quite a bit in this regard, but again, it's kept from the public for the most part and only used again in the deep background. So this is our Keshe Foundation store. Is there more you want to add, Alex, please?
no, I think you're doing a fine job. The fact of the matter is that there's a lot of new information that is coming available on many fronts because people have all realized that what we've grown accustomed to has let us down. And so there has to be other answers because without those answers, the universe wouldn't exist. So that becomes fairly obvious for all of us. Carry on, Mark.
Yeah, did anyone ever think of going into space on the magnetic field line rather than on the burning a big firecracker in a way? I never thought about that, even though I'd been doing it, and we're all doing it in this what we call the dream, which is actually the work of the soul, but never thought of that as a space program. And Mr. Keshe says this is the exact space program he's talking about, because the matter state would not survive in most conditions in the universe, or we won't get very far if we're traveling at much slower than the speed of light, perhaps. But this is our Keshe Foundation store, where you can start to take a look at, and there's many products. I mean, if we total all these up, if we said 50 plus 40 is 90, 110, 170, 200 and more. Okay, so we're at 300, 300 and something products. I know this store will be growing into the tens of thousands of products because this technology is going to touch every area of our lives, from cosmetics to feeding and to travel. So I'm suggesting people start to see what's in the store and to take advantage of a product that's already been made with the thorough understanding of how this technology works. Continue your research. Continue to show us your research anytime. Rick is always asking for people to come into the reactor group and to show what they've been working on. And it's been few and far between, unfortunately, because I don't think we fully understood. But what's in the store is available, and this is what keeps the Keshe Foundation free and to have the team understand more. If you can't afford the products in the store, make a wish. We know that the belief is connected to the emotion is connected to the hydrogen, and that may create some sort of conditions for you to receive. And again, it's a strange way how the plasma works in a way, and you may receive that gift just by wishing for it. again, with a strong belief, which creates a strong emotion, which is connected to the hydrogen, which creates the conditions for that wish to manifest itself in the matter state. This is how powerful it's been, and for most of us, including myself, I've rather ignored that through my life. I thought wishing was for kids or children. Only adults don't make wishes. They roll up their sleeves and they get something done. But the wish and the intentions are very, very powerful as I understand it. This is our regular monthly sessions. We're just going to go through these again, which I'm sure we're all familiar with. This is part of the transmutation test. And the next 3 sessions, or next 2, we've had one already, nutrition and wellness in the transmutation test. This is developing the new space program. And yes, again, these are quite expensive, but it's keeping the Keshe Foundation free for humanity rather than tying it up with all the billions that researchers look for, and then to do other studies and then peer review. Mr. Keshe doesn't want to tie the hands. He wants us to, in a way, support the foundation and keep it free for humanity by testing these products, which, again, most of these products cannot be made the way the Keshe Foundation makes them at this point in time, until he's ready to share more about it. So to me, this is the way to go. So this is the transmutation test, which eventually, as he said in this workshop, many of us have achieved the what we would call transmutation in the dimension of energy. But he also said this is only half of the package, half of the understanding. You also have to be able to, again, you met the grandmother in the dream or in the energy state. She passed away many years ago. You sat down, you had a meal with her, and so on and so forth. Okay, we can all do that, and we do that on a regular basis, whether it's a daydream or a night dream or whatever. But if the grandfather who's still alive is in New York and you're in Europe, now can you transmute the physicality to actually sit down and have a meal? So this is the other half of the understanding which we need, and to be able to do, to move the physicality to another location on this planet, let's say, to start with. And this is what we're learning to do, and this is part of what these systems that the Keshe Foundation is offering is helping to do. It's almost like it's being ingrained in a way within your structure, and little changes, little by little. And I'll just go through a couple more of these. This is a cosmic ray material, which Mr. Keshe has talked about. It comes in a beautiful case, and that's being offered again. If we just go down to these new, oh, I guess I'm not in the right part of the page. Let's go to the new release products. Let's try this. And hopefully we're still sharing the screen. These things jump around sometimes. Okay. Another product in the store. This is the Christmas bundle. This will only be offered, I think, until, what is it, the 15th of December? No. Okay, they're talking about delivery. I'm not sure. But this is one of the ones we talked about, food Gants, many times. And the foundation is offering a food Gants, 4 of them actually, what they're calling Nutra Red, which I believe is the red meat. And then the Nutra Veggie, obviously self-explanatory. Nutra Fruity, again self-explanatory. And Nutra Herbs, again, these are the herbs. And you can hold these in your hand. They're connected to the system, and you may start to feel the energy of the red meat as well as the taste, but it's up to you to convert that. So this is one of the things we're getting away from eating so many things as far as chewing our energy, which we do need. We're short 20%, but this may, again, fill that void of the 20%. The creation left us about 20% short from the energy we need, and this forces us to go out and look for things, other structures to kill and take their energy. And again, it doesn't matter whether it's the apple, the orange, or the sheep. It's all in the same thing, and in space, things don't work that way. There's no taking other entities to sustain your own the way we do here on the planet. And again, it's quite a deep understanding, but it becomes more simple as you start to work with it and understand it. You can make your own food GANs, there's no question about it. But I think, again, as he said, many of these things can't be replicated because we don't have the technology and the knowledge and how to connect it correctly. And I know many people have tried to build feeding stations. I made a couple of different food ganses, but I really never felt that I was absorbing the energy. These will come in small vials you hold in your hand. We did a little bit of that in the last session. I didn't have this, but I did have a banana, and I could smell the banana, but I couldn't taste the banana. So I have quite a bit of work to do. But this is all part of the feeding process and to move away from killing and destroying. If we understand this, this is the way the Creator feeds, and the Creator doesn't kill any of his creation to sustain its own energy. And there's many offers here. If someone's having migraines, for example, you have this, you have a Top at Ease GANs that is in the store as well. There's a number of these GANs products. So all these products, shoulder gel pack, sleeping mask, toothache pack, wrist gel, again, all made and certified by the Keshe Foundation. So if we continue down, look at these, again, phenomenal products. The knee GANs to rebuild cartilage and things in the knee. We heard that only certain individuals know how to make this, but you're welcome to try. You're having trouble sleeping at night. This is called the Keshe Snooze GANs, or Keshe GAN Snooze, which the name is pretty self-explanatory. If you're on perhaps sleeping tablets or something else along that line. Here is the one in the liquid form. We're calling it, or the foundation is calling it, the Top at Ease, meaning your head and so on and so forth. We have pain pens that you can work with. We're learning how to recharge them. And again, the pain pens have no coils, and I thought he said they had no nano materials in them, but I'm not sure. There's a certain way they're making them, and that knowledge is only within the Keshe Foundation. There's also going to be an infection pen, which is being offered, which I don't think anybody can replicate. You can make something that looks like it, but it may not completely function like it. I also want to add that most of these products are single user products. They can be used many, 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 many times, but they're, for the most part, not to be shared with the others. And of course, we think of sharing as caring and wanting to help the others, but some of these things can get linked into a certain field of an individual and actually contaminated in a way. So that's why they're saying single users. Twinity cycle GANs, obviously this is for menstrual problems, as I think I understand it. They call them that cycle, menstrual cycle. Again, to try and balance it out. You have detachment GANs for addictions. We have flagpole GANs for men for menopause when they go through this. Actually, I know a knowledge seeker who's bought one for him and one for his wife, so he's going to be testing this product too, and I'm sure we'll hear. Does anyone know anything about the heat GANs? I thought it was for hot flashes, but maybe, as Mr. Keshe said, and one of the knowledge seekers said in that, I think it was the 558th Knowledge Seekers Workshop, where they got quite warm. And I was thinking, I wonder if this is what they were testing, a cup of heat. Which Mr. Keshe said if they played mayhem with the fuels and other things in Europe, that he would release this cup of heat. But I'm thinking this could be for hot flashes. Microplastics, which he spent quite a much amount of time on and explaining in a way that we're really consuming a lot of the microplastics and micro Teflons. And this product will be able to take plastic in the dimension of energy, which has fooled the body and it's stored it in the brain or in other places, to actually transmute it out of the body and to appear it on your skin or as a scab or something along that lines. as a matter state plastic. And then they'll be probably developing more systems for this, where perhaps yearly or every 6 months you might go in to remove any further plastics you've accumulated. But as I said earlier, almost everything is wrapped in plastics. A few products come in glass, but for the most part, and maybe this is the new way. I mean, maybe they'll be reverting packaging back into when this comes full circle, and when people realize that every breath you take, you're pulling in some plastics into your structure, which could be the cause of an emotional imbalance or your environment seeming imbalanced. The Twinity Pause GANs. This is a menopause product, as I understand it. But as Mr. Keshe said, be careful using this if you're grandparents or something and you don't want to have another child, because apparently it has a way of reverting back to a younger time in your physiology, let's say. Twinity Sight GANs. I thought I remember Mr. Keshe saying that this would help in the transmutation. Twinity Stamina GANs. This will help in a way, strengthening the soul, as I understand it, into a new position that you want to hold on to. And there'll be many, many, many more products being offered in the store in this GANs line, as he indicated about the stroke and heart attack, where he had created a system for this years ago and have tested it apparently, but now they're going into further and deeper tests with this product. So these are all things within the store that people can look at, see what befits you, see what you'd like to test, continue to try to make some of these things, but based on, as I understand it now, and as Mr. Keshe had said, our knowledge is not quite deep enough at this point to develop some of these products. So that's why I'm saying go to the store and pick up a pain pen. The way it was shown before is not exactly the way they're doing it now. But we can take a look at that in one of the videos that we cut out from this workshop. Any thoughts, questions, comments? But this is the way we keep the Keshe Foundation free. And of course, with Iran coming into the picture, as we've heard many times, that just on the nano coating alone, they're 50 years ahead, 50 years ahead of the rest of the planet. So there's quite a deep knowledge being offered in exchange for peace out of the country of Iran. And we also know that they should have an embassy in Washington in 2025. So I think everything is being staged in the background. And hopefully we see the retrofitting of the Tesla cars and leapfrogging over the electric vehicles in so many ways. But the real meat and potatoes of the technology is within this store. You can make, again, you can continue to try and make these things. And of course, the MagRav, which he went into quite a bit of detail, and still learning how to make the correct MagRav. And out of the, I would say, millions of people who've maybe studied it or approached it, he said only 2, and only by accident, have they stumbled on making, in a way, the correct MagRav. Whether it was correct or not, I don't know, but it had the ability to be almost weightless and float above the table. But normally when you discover something by accident, you're not able to replicate it. You don't know if it was because you touched that nanomaterial and compressed it with your finger inside the glove, or you scratched a certain area, or again, you don't know what, and maybe these students do, but 2 out of millions in 10 years is not a very good scorecard for you being successful in making the correct MagRav. So what I'm thinking is Mr. Keshe will come out with a type of system. He's already indicated the raw materials or the rare materials are the backbone of the space program and the new computer chips. And he has repeated about embedding chips to allow that continuous flow of energy to create a flight in a way, or to have that energy available to you. And hopefully all these things come way, way, way down in price. for more to afford. But again, maybe they're going to be made into applications as well in the future. These are just sort of the testing phase. And then they'll be made into applications where all you do is, in a way, put your headphones on and listen. And this is what we're learning. The head units have been replaced by headphones in conjunction with the system and lints, as I understand it, or other systems perhaps that are hidden in the background. So please take advantage of the store, keep the Keshe Foundation free, and perhaps relieve some of your own issues, or perhaps some family issues, or perhaps some friends' issues. And this is the way I think we should approach it. Continue to try to make it, but again, in these health type of applications, unless you really know what you're doing, you're probably a half a doctor. And we know a half a doctor is dangerous to life. Anyone want to make any comments? Let's go into the teaching if we can. We'll start at about 46 minutes. If that's where I wanted to start, I'm not sure. We spent a lot of time earlier just trying to get the Zoom to work with these numbers and so on. Yeah, there it is at 46. So what we're going to do, he said, the most important part for you as knowledge seekers is this connection and creation. He talked about book 1, 2, and 3. I think we should go to that part and maybe hear it all the way to the end of the workshop, because it's quite deep and will help us to understand more about ourselves and our capabilities. Let's just see if we can share this. We're going to share the transcript, and we're going to try and play the, if we can find it. I have many things in the tray, and here we are. I think we're about at the right location. So here, we're going to start near here. Let's see, where are we? 40, okay, 45:51. Let's start somewhere back here. And again, he talked about this dreaming with the grandmother and everything, and she feeds you a beautiful meal. But when you wake up from the dream, you say, your wife or whoever, your mom, says, you know, are you hungry? And you say, yes, I'm hungry. How come we're not able to bring that meal in a way, or that energy, back to our physicality from the dream? Because you were so full in the dream, but you get back to the physicality and now you're starving. So there's still a few things. Okay, we'll work up to this most important part for you as knowledge seekers. All right, it does not want to start, so we're going to close this. This has been an issue as of late with some of these. Let me just show this. See if we can start it again. I'll have to find my position. No, that's not the one I want. Just bear with me. Let's see if we can find what we're looking for, and then play it at 46 or 45 minutes or so on. Let's just move this a bit. Okay, there we are. We're zeroing in on it. And let's open it up here on the viewing screen. And we'll share that. And we'll hopefully play it. This is not exactly centered.
Emotional understanding, conversion of the energy fields is what you convert in your brain. What is interesting, which comes out many times, and it must have happened to every single one of you. You went to see the grandmother, she made you the most delicious food you like, she gave you the fruit you like, you ate so much as grandma, I'm so full I can't. You come back to the dimension of physicality and you're starving. Now you understand how man has denied what has been given to him through the process of understanding the energy field of itself. Just think 1 second. How can I be with the grandmother? Don't know where she is. How come you find it so fast? And how come the mother shouts at you, get up, it's time to go to work, and say, goodbye, grandma, I have to go. Mom is calling me. You come back in the dimension of physicality and carry on with life. Mom, I had a dream of the grandma. I was having food with grandma. It was so delicious. Are you hungry? Yes, I'm starving. Why don't we carry the energy from one to another? Why don't we understand the dimension of the other? This is where the game starts. Understanding to become the passengers of the universe in how you can travel the dimensions of the existence, the totality of life in the universe. The most important part for you as knowledge seekers is this: connection and creation. Book number 1, to book number 2, and the book number 3, where this is your book number 3, this is your book number 2, and this is your book number 1 in the dimension of the energy, and in the dimension of physicality, this is your 3, 2, 1. If you manage to connect the line of dimension of the communication, transportation, transmutation, then you can connect, manifest at any time, anywhere in the universe.
So, as he said, and he's given us the gift, he's going to go on to tell you, I gave you the gift to generate this energy you need to do some of these things you thought were impossibilities. And that is the Magrav. But yet we haven't handled it properly for some reason. Again, are you the Magrav or is it these coils? It seemed when he said it doesn't sit on the table, it floats, somebody had made a physical Magrav. But in the other teachings, we've heard that you are that Magrav with all the coils in the intestines and in the brains. It's just a matter of learning how to use this Magrav. Is this the Magrav he's been talking about when he said you didn't treat the or handle it properly or treat it properly? Is he talking about ourselves? Or is he talking about the physical copper winding and nano coating of the magravs and learning how to do it? As he said, the creator understands both, so we should be able to understand it in both dimensions, but it does seem it's a bit far from our grasp at this point. And if only 2 have stumbled on it accidentally, I think I would go with the flight system that the Keshe Foundation is creating. I'm thinking, this is just my thinking, that they're going to come out with a plasma generator to create flight for you. And that doesn't mean flopping your arms like a bird. That means creating flight in the dimension of energy, which is the new space travel dimension. And the same when you sleep or you daydream. You're in that dimension of energy, interacting with someone you met last year or last week or perhaps 10 years ago. All of a sudden, these images came to you and you started interacting briefly. And then you're right back to doing your driving or cooking or teaching or whatever you were doing.
This is the secret of what we call the promised promise, which means you go from the matter to energy and from energy to dimension of the anything you like, another matter, or you start from the energy to communication, you become the matter. where starting from the energy is the creator and the matter is you. And if you understand this and you can convert your energies to direct transmutation of the fields, go through the process, you reach the creator. You become part. From creation to creator, and from creator to creation, there is no line of difference. It's just the lack of knowledge, lack of understanding.
Right. So there is definitely a lack of knowledge and lack of understanding. And that's what he said after 30 years or 20 years, where he said, I gave you the secret of the CO2 box. It's just going from energy to matter and from matter back into energy. That was the secret of the CO2 box, which he revealed after so many years. And this is how you play off the two dimensions. But we still need to learn how to do it. And by the way, the Keshe books are available on Amazon, including some of his papers as well. So you can find book number 1, book number 2, and book number 3. And the first time I read through the books, I was just reading words. I had no concept of some of the terms and the understanding and how these things are linked together. But it was a start, and we're continuing to explore it. And the more knowledge you gather, I think the more these books will mean to you, or more things will, in a way, jump out of the pages. How come I didn't see that before? As we grow in knowledge, I think we continue to understand deeper knowledges, but it does take some effort to read through these, because it does have a new language in there when you hear GANs and stars and or star formations and magravs and PM ticks and all the things that are F1 in the. So there's many, these books are quite deep, and there's many more books to go, but right now I think the 3 books are more than sufficient to whet your appetite and understand more in the plasma science.
I hope you understood this clearly, because in the coming time, and as we started last week in the sessions of the Friday, many of you will receive the fruit as the energy. You transmuted it and you tasted it in the dimension of physicality of the man. We provided the energy of the fruit. You converted it to the taste, emotion, and the fruit. This is same part of the same structure. And if you understand this in a deeper way, in a much, much deeper way, where we could dictate or decide what fruit, and many of you who write back to us what I tasted, that material which you tasted has been on the table of the headphones, which you tapped into the energy from the source in the central system, which means we can now on dictate what we would like you to have, that you taste it and you feel it. Knowledge seekers who joined us in the last session will receive a list of what was the content of the materials which they were given. Then they can checklist what they received.
I think he goes on to say, isn't the way that this is the way Christ did it, where he had 5 loaves of bread and 7 fishes and he fed a multitude? They were on the table in front of Christ, and apparently he used his energies to sort of do the same thing as we're seeing here, even though it was unknown to the crowd how they were doing it or how Christ was doing it. But this is the same thing. As he said, your headphones connected to something we put on the table. Now, when he was feeding the Palestinians with water, food, medicine, and everything else, they had to delay it initially because they were waiting for some material to arrive. And I think it was some sort of medication or antibiotic or something that they were waiting for Arrive to put in the system, that then the system could replicate the fields of it and then send it digital to plasma in a way over the lines. So this is the exact same thing that's going on here. But this is much too deep for us to be able to do it remotely or anything coming close to that. So that's why I'm encouraging people to go to the foundation store, and then these food ganses are connected to the system. You have to work on it too, but this is all part of the transferring or transmuting energies in a way across thousands of kilometers to feed you. And it's a much healthier process than the tasting and chewing of the item with all of the extras, let's say, that are put in there either by the manufacturer or absorbed by the environment or by the packagers.
What they tasted and how they have started transferring energy from the soul, which comes through the headphones, to the physicality of the taste and energy. This was the first process of last week which we have started, because this then explains to you in a further way how we open channels to Palestine. One soul as a satellite feeds the rest in the dimension of connection. We do not need millions and millions of resources. We need one source to feed millions. It's the way the Creator is. The love of Creator is one in the center, and it feeds the whole of the universe, and it's instantaneous. And then you understand the knowledge of creation. We give you the fields through line of communication. We feed the physicality.
So as we've heard in previous sessions, we're just not asking you to stop eating, but we're giving you a replacement system. Stop the killing, really. The eating, yes, but it's the killing factor in all this that we don't quite yet, myself included, quite understand what we're doing in taking these other entities. And I'm still in that process. I have fish and chickens and other things and many entities frozen in my freezer waiting to be brought out and thawed out and cooked and chewed. But this is the new way of doing it, the way the Creator does it, in a very peaceful and very healthy manner, as I understand it.
Many of you knowledge seekers who joined last week, by next session in December, hopefully we'll have your food containers, which some of the knowledge seekers have received it. And then you see what you feel, how you feel, what you taste, and how much of it, without digesting the food, will absorb through the what we call the system. Then, do we need to kill? And do we need to do what man has done, destroy to survive, where we become all survivors without destruction?
And again, in some of the first sessions with Dining with the Creator, I experienced that for a couple of days at least, where again, you're quite satisfied. There's no thought of food anymore. You're full. And this is the feeling. I mean, once you eat a big dinner or a meal, and somebody offers you something, you'd say, no, I'm full. Well, this was the way it was for a day or 2.5 days in that area, where I didn't have the need to take food in the matter state. So I tasted it in a way. I didn't taste anything, but obviously energies were transferred. It could have been the plasmatic water. As he said, we put something in your brain, and maybe that was the trigger, again, to think and to absorb energies through the extra plasmatic water you found in your mouth. Again, another gift in a way. But the whole reason of going in the transmutation sessions is not so much that you receive something, which you may, but it's not guaranteed, but to keep the Keshe Foundation free and allow them to develop their research. So that's the reason for and to develop the new space.
When you get to that point, it will bring a new emotion to man, which the killing does not exist, because killing comes to survive, to show superiority, where you're superior and you have no starvation for it. This is the line where the peace will come. This is the line where man will start changing. And you knowledge seekers who joined us are the first step in that structure. You have created the first dimension. And it'll be interesting to know how you will change and make manifestation of. What will be interesting is when you go to space, you receive energy, but you see the shape of an apple, taste the apple, chew the apple, and get the energy of the apple. But in your life, you have never seen an apple, because you are a child of universe. You've never been on earth. You never had contact with no apple trees, and you've never seen it in your life.
I think he's referring here to the children of Mitra, or the child of Mitra, where again they are created out of the dimension of energy, so they know how to play quite well in that dimension of energy. And the matter state is not so appealing. They don't have to do the things that, in a way, we have to do to think we have to do to survive.
The process of understanding the work of the creation is fundamental to all of those who want to become the passengers of the universe, to transmute. Recognition of what I see as me in the dimension of the energy, while I know my physicality still here. Now you understand. The way you went to see the grandma, and you sat with the grandma, you ate the grandma, you showed the grandma, look at my new clothes, you've done half of the transmutation. But because the grandma hasn't got any more physical dimension as you knew it, because the physical body is buried 6 foot under, you recognize the energy. But why didn't you feel the taste of the food in the dimension of physicality? You didn't feed yourself through the soul that your physicality gets fed. And when the mother wakes you up, would you like breakfast? Yes, I'm hungry, please. But you already had a feast. You live like a man with 2 wives, going to the new house and saying, no, I didn't have anything, because otherwise this one will be upset. This is what we have missed in the line of communication. How, in this process, we bring in fields from the dimension of the universe that embraces this, that this become that plasma which moves. This is the part which is missing in your line of the dream to dimension of physicality. In this process where you dreamt about the grandma, you did not do this. So you stayed in the dimension of energy. But, sorry, grandpa is alive, you are in London, and grandpa is in New York. You cannot do that with grandpa. You want to fly, and you actually get there physically to feed with the grandpa. You learn half of the pack. You did not learn the totality of the knowledge, because doing eating with a grandpa in New York in dimension of physicality, and having a beautiful lunch with grandma somewhere in a space is exactly the same. It's just you who have not recognized the power which is within you, the energy field dimension which is within you. And this is part of the process of the teaching of the Keshe Foundation. To, in a way, open your eyes to a new dimension. I tell you what this dimension is. If you go back to all the teachings over past years, I always told you that you eat 20% of your food in dimension of physicality, and 80% comes from your environment. In a way, you put the seed inside you, and then it attracts the energy to feed you for whatever else you need at that energy level. The only thing which you need to learn is how to connect your central energy fields, what you call your soul, to tap into these. Because these, in certain way, connect to the grandmother on the energy side and connect to the grandfather on the physical side. Your line of feeding is what I explained, like the galaxies, which way it comes in, which way it goes out, and it can jump into another universe or come into your universe. That universe is you. There's no difference. And to what extent you convert, you embrace in totality, or you embrace in fraction, which is your soul, and you dream on, or you can expand. This is what I said from the beginning of the teachings years ago. If you expand your soul, then the soul will embrace, cocoons the physicality, then you can have a dinner with grandma in the dimension of energy, or transfer this when it comes to inertia of the earth, have lunch with grandpa in New York. All this, how to tap into this energy, how to receive it, goes back to one fundamental principle. And fortunately, I have given you that source of energy years ago, because it's a field interaction. Because in it, you have enough to live with it. The maghreb system is that system. Energy in the dimension of the all levels. And if you understood this process, then you understand, if you design your maghreb system in a specific way that become the soul of your feeding, not just making electricity to budget your food or your life. And if you understood this, one connects to the soul. One connects to the line of communication, and one connects to the physicality of the man. In creating energy in these different levels, you dictate, you transmute, or you transport. in a way, a magraph system which you've been given, and many of you made, and you look for 30% reduction in electricity, is the key to your understanding of the life and creation in the universe and your connection with the universe. In the life of physicality, you bought yourself a car or a bicycle or a donkey with 4 legs. In the dimensional field of the universe, I gave you the magraph system, where if you understand.
Okay, he gave us the magrav system to do all of these things, but yet we haven't fully understood it. And this is why he made a couple of comments. This is a very short video, and I think we're going to play this right now. You have not understood the essence of the magrav, and this is why we haven't treated it correctly. So this is why I'm thinking he's going to be bringing out something that we couldn't make, and he's not going to, as he hasn't yet, told us how to make the correct magrav. And this is what I'm thinking. But just listen to this. Is only 4 minutes. Let's try this. About the magrav that people have been working on for 8 or 10 years.
Freed has a question in YouTube. Says, does the magrav need to be connected to electricity, or can a magrav be standalone already now? If the magrav is not made correctly, does it still work?
Not really. You have to understand the essence of magrav, not just making it that they'll do something. This is what I always said. Go in the dimension of energy, not the physical structure. And this is the essence of understanding the work of it. Any other question?
I have a question. Does a correctly built magrav require a period of time to build up its energies, or is it sort of plug
No,
and play?
plug and play.
Okay.
It's a plug and play. It's just that you have to understand the process. You have to understand the effect of. As I said, knowledge seekers for past years treated the magrav the wrong way. So that's why, in so many ways, everything came to a halt with them.
Can you give us a few more clues as to a direction that we can look
Look at
for a correct magrav?
look at the structure of the universe. Look at the way fields in the universe operate with each other and how they interact. One of the best examples of, if you ever manage to make a magrav which is completely on its energy side and you can bring it back to its physical side, is when you build a magrav, it floats. It'll never sit on the table. Couple of knowledge seekers by accident in past few years have managed to do it. One knowledge seeker, even if I remember correctly, once said that I pick it up but has no weight. But it sits on the table. Knowledge seekers overall have not understood the principle. And that's where we hit the problem. Any other question?
So he's given us a system, explained it numerous times over the years. Maybe we didn't have all the keys to it, but no one's been able to do it except accidentally. And as I said earlier, when you discover something accidentally, sometimes you're not able to reproduce it. So this power that we need to do some of these impossible things, I think he's going to, either through that universal system, feed you the energy you need for transport or transportation or communication, and with the new space program. All these, and again, he's often referred to embedding under the skin or in the lobe of the ear a small pin or a chip to be able to allow you to have access to that energy at any time for feeding or transmutation or communication. This may be a generation away, but I think this is the way it's going, unless someone in the next few weeks or few months comes up with this making of the magrev properly. But not to stop your testing of it and trying to do it. But as I've been saying, these products have already been developed in a way to a point of satisfaction where they can be offered to the public. And again, whether it's the pain pen or the new universal energy system providing you universal energy that you need to do these things, it doesn't matter which product in the store. Most of them we cannot replicate, and we haven't been able to replicate with all the teachings of the magrev. At least not that I'm aware of. Now, maybe others have done a little bit with it, but as he said, unless you build it correctly, they said, does it work? He said, not really. Sorry. So we have a lot to understand and a lot to develop, I think, on our end. But I think he's going to be providing some sort of system like this. You still have to do your part. It's not magic, but there'll be something for you to do with it as well. But at least the energy for that will be provided. As he said in the transmutation, we provide the runway, we provide the whatever, the ship, but it's up to you to fly it. So I think this is where we are right now. And this is only my thinking of what let's continue. Anyone want to add any comments, questions, thoughts? Do you have a floating magrev you'd like to show us or describe for us? Okay, we continue. Let's go to the end of the teaching. It's only a number of minutes more.
How to set it up will give you everything you need. But you need to understand, and don't look at the physicality of it, look at the energy of it. This is the secret. And I hope, as knowledge seekers, you understand now the gift you've been given as a magravs. And you went for the crumbs. In so many ways, every time you bring in position and position, again, you stack it up as a maglev system. You make it up as a star formation. You create a field which manifests itself. That field, if corrected and connected, will lead to interaction of the field of the fourth manifestation of the man or the creator. You remember those fields which cross from the source? Now, through the structure of fixing it, we dictate the position of the interaction. The star, the soul of the man, the dimension of the existence. And once you feed this source, as this is connected to the other souls who will feed them the same. Man shall not kill, because now man knows, understand the process. So, in fact, there is no difference between your maglev system and your star formation system. You want to stack it or you want to move it. Static and dynamic. Once man understands this technology, once man understands the work of this technology, you will be moving these from this to this to bring dimension of physicality. The soul of the man, the soul of physicality of the man, and then the physicality of man. And then if you change it, you'll have the physicality in the other way, and you see the man as energy. Then many of you should understand why you have not managed to achieve such a position and dimension. Because you never understood the process and the principle of creation. Do I want to be in the dimension of physical, or do I want to be in the dimension of motion and travel the span of the universe? In the future, I'll teach you how to combine these to create a dimension of the what I call emotion. That then it brings you a dimension of realization, attachment, and detachment from every dimension of the life in the universe. We go for a break and we come back and try to answer some of your questions. But if you understood the teaching of this morning in the full essence of it, you have found your pathway to your own creator and the creation of the whole structure of the universe and the universe. And if you tackle the last point, you find yourself within the structure of the creation, which is the creator. Rick, take us for a break when we come back.
Okay.
Okay, so that's why I think he's going to come out with it unless someone cracks the mystery in the next number of weeks or months. He's going to come out with, as he said, they already have the universal feeding system from the energies of the universe, the way it's created for constant feeding. And if we don't develop it, and it's been 8 or 10 years or more with a lot of teams working on it, only 2 accidentally hit upon it. Accidentally. And as I said before, normally you discover something accidentally, you may not be able to replicate it because you don't know what caused that thing to happen. So I think this is where we are in the Keshe Foundation. That's why continue to support the store and its offerings. And again, that cosmic ray material is what he's saying is part of this universal energy dimension. And you can see the offer in the store, but the offer doesn't do what the final product shows in a beautiful case of amethyst, I think, and this ball embedded in it in a sort of a cup, which you can remove and hold in your hands. And if you're connected to the soul, you'll feel the energy. So I think this is part of that universal feeding that he's talking about, which could be accomplished with the magrev. But again, is it a physical magrev he's talking about, or is it the understanding of the magrev that we are that magrev. We can generate these powers. We've seen the reproductive organs in the intestines working as one set of magrevs, and then the heart, and then the soul of the physicality in the place of the soul of the man, to achieve that. So I'm thinking more and more that we are the magrev. We've just handled it wrong. I know in the future, he said that future knowledge seekers would laugh at the way we handled the magrev in this, but apparently if you make it correctly, it gives you everything you need in every dimension. You'll be able to do impossible things. But again, this may be beyond our, and this is what I'm just seeing now, because if we only had two that achieved it, and many people work quite hard at it, doing all kinds of tests and changing positions and not nanocoding and nanocoding and the rest of this with GAN balls in the middle, but yet they haven't gotten to it. But they're around it, they're on top of it, they're next to it, but yet the full development hasn't been shown by anyone. And I think if he wanted to, he can show you how to do that, but yet they're going to keep that knowledge within the Keshe Foundation, usually to a lack of abuse is the reason. So until we get our souls more elevated, some of these knowledges will stay within the Keshe Foundation, as he said with the soaps, and as he said with the Twinity GANs and a few other things. They're not going to be shared at this point. So continue to take advantage or wish for products in the store that befit you, and somehow the energies will find a way to provide that for you, whether it's through another knowledge seeker or some other route that you may not even expect. But the wish can create that, especially for those who don't have the funds to do it. I think in the future, all these will be readily accessible to everyone. It's not going to be based on how much, if you have money or you don't have money, it'll be down to where everyone can afford it. So that's just the way I'm looking at it at this time. Anyone else have any questions? Thanks for joining us, Ike. I see you just came in shortly ago.
Hi, guys.
Okay. If we don't have any questions, again, he says review these last number of workshops. There's quite a lot in there. Ed has actually corrected some of these things so that the drawings, apparently there's a delay in some of these drawings where they don't always appear in the same sync as he's speaking the words. So if you get a hold of the one Ed had made, you'll see he's corrected for that delay. But this is, again, all the products within the Keshe Foundation store. And anyone taking advantage of this, as I said, I've ordered the food GAN, so we're going to start to play with that and bring it into some of the next sessions, or the next two, and then work with it on my own as well. But I think this is where the beef is within the Keshe Foundation store. And so continue your testing, continue your research, show us what you're doing or your development, as we've seen some knowledge seekers do. But I know Mr. Keshe wants to move on with this. I think that's why he started to develop all these products, because after all the years of teachings, no one seems to be able to nail it in a way, the way the Keshe Foundation. Yeah, we get some results, smaller things, but the better results, I believe, are from using the Keshe Foundation products, because they're overseen by the person who's developed this technology and knows every mortar and every brick and every block from top to bottom and from bottom to top. But continue your research and hopefully you'll be able to show us more. If there's no questions, we'll go to creating the Dome of Peace, which is another part of our work. And of course, with that mother connection, we have the immediate connection to world leaders, religious leaders, or any soul, whether it's in the dimension we can see or not. And this is a process that you will use as you move out into the universe, again, for elevation and service to the others. You'll be giving and adding fields, hopefully, and receiving fields as well. But this is why we're starting to work on this energy dimension, because this is the dimension you'll be using in the future time. But we can also use it here. We're mastering some of it, but it's a step-by-step process. And there's probably a lot of reasons for that I don't quite understand. So we create the dome of peace on this planet by using the Gans waters and by using our souls. It's a two-step process, and one is for the physicality, which is releasing the Gans waters. If you're not sure how to do it, you can go to the Keshe Foundation wiki or get in touch with a knowledge seeker who has a slight understanding of this. It's not so hard. Even with the magnesium Gans, he said, you'll make it like your regular Gans and then spread it in different bottles, which is one of my projects I'm going to try and do, which shouldn't be too difficult. We have that little paper from John Bliven, who showed us in a way how he did it or how he made it. And Mr. Keshe said it's not to create mayhem, but it's to create more balance in the home. So this is the way we're going to test that as well. But some of these other things with the universal energies and the rest of this, it seems it's more, we're not quite at that level yet. Once we get there, I believe we'll be able to do more. But at this point in time, I think the foundation would like you to take advantage of the what's in the store. Otherwise, he'd be teaching it. He didn't say, I'll teach you how to do it. He says, learn how to use and when to use. But he's not saying to make it at this point in time. And this is what he indicated with the gas unit as well. We show you what we do. We don't tell you how we do it. So I think this is across the board in so many ways within the Keshe Foundation. But you're willing to try as hard as long as you'd like. But I think Mr. Keshe wants to move forward with the space program, and something has to be shown. And since nothing is being shown by, much is being shown by knowledge seekers, he has to get into the lab and with the team work on these things. So this is the first step in creating the Dome of Peace, which is spreading the Gans waters. And let's see if we can turn up our volume here and hear from Stefania about what is this spreading of Gans waters, which has been going on for quite a long time. We know the Gans has an intelligence. It creates balance and knows where to go wherever you spray it. And this is what's been going on in different countries around the world. And Mr. Keshe once jokingly said this is how you take over a planet. But he did say at one point in time that this would connect wellness centers together. Maybe you're going to become that wellness center as a satellite soul. And so what you're spraying will actually benefit your process in the future for reaching out. But again, it's mostly elevating the inhabitants of this planet as well as the soul of this planet, as we hear in the what's going to be read by Mr. Keshe, to a permanent, peaceful condition of life on this planet.
I don't know if anyone want to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I
With
will
a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This is from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe, and thank you, Stefania. And of course, we have a background made by the Brazilian team, who, again, just to show that every Sunday, 12 p.m. and 6 p.m., whether it's CET, Central European Time, or Central European Summertime, together to spread the Gans waters. Doesn't matter if you're in Brazil, United States, China. Collectively, we're doing this, and there's a power in the collectiveness of doing it. So again, get in touch with a knowledge seeker if you don't know how to make the GANs. It's quite simple. And you'll learn a little bit about transmutation from energy to what appears as a solid in the matter state. We call it GANs. Gas is a nanosolid. And this has quite phenomenal capabilities, especially in the environment, to find balance and create a peaceful, balanced condition. Okay, let's go to our next step of the Dome of Peace, if we can, which is using the power of the souls. And again, these things are for you to understand more, and what you'll use now and in the future, your future endeavors, your future creations, all about giving and receiving. And at one point, he said that receiving was even more important than giving. Other times, it's all about giving. So let's just turn this up a little bit. And thank you, Stefania, Mr. Keshe. And now we'll hear from Shweta.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, Beautiful Souls. Here. Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of Gans, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. M.T. Keshe.
Okay, so that's the second step of the Dome of Peace, starting to learn how to use the power of the soul. And it can be used in many different ways. We sort of disregarded it, but now we're finding out more and more about the mysteries of what's within us in so many ways. Let me just check the chat. I see something is coming up here. Okay, that's no problem. So I think we should take 2.5 minutes if we can, starting to use the power of the soul. And again, it can be used in quite a number of different ways, from feeding to transportation. And we're doing it. We're already doing it, just not at the level we need to. We're 20% short on the feeding, and the transmutation only seems to happen for the most part between the daydream and the night dream. And as he said, we've only understood half of the process. So reaching the energy dimension and interacting is not that difficult. We're already doing it. But moving the physicality to have the dinner with the grandpa who's alive and in New York and you're in Europe is part of this new process that we have to understand, and we haven't fully grasped it. Or maybe we just can't muster the energy we need at this point in our development to create that movement. As I said earlier, and I'll repeat again, to create flight, you need a plasma generator. Now, yes, we are plasma generators, but again, there's different strength probably and different levels. So even John, bless his soul, who was saying he could see where Mr. Keshe was, he could report what he was doing, not just once, on multiple occasions, but he said he couldn't move the physicality. There was something blocking. And this is where I'm thinking he'll create a system where we can embed it or hold it in our hand and be able to do some of these things that we consider impossible or that we're not able to generate the energy for. So we're going to take 5 minutes of silence for the elevation of the souls. As Mr. Keshe said, I'll handle the physicality. And I don't mean just in the negotiations as a diplomat, which he's working quite hard, quite a bit in the recent period, but also developing the products in the lab as the rare earth materials and the other things we've seen. So Mr. Keshe will handle the physical end. We need to start practicing and using our souls and to work with that energy side of our dimension, which we're not fully familiar with, and tapping into it and learning about it. So again, it's for the elevation of the souls of the 5+1 peace negotiators, the soul of the International Atomic Energy Agency, who's been in Iran recently, and hopefully these talks are continuing. As Mr. Keshe said, we're going to put some of this advanced technology on the table for negotiations with Americans and others. Again, tip, technology in exchange for peace. We elevate all the souls working for peace in Vienna, the soul of humanity, the soul of world leaders and religious leaders of planet Earth. So let us, let me just get this set up over here on my little stopwatch, and we can proceed. Just for a few minutes. Sorry, trying to get to that, and I'm not seeing it. Okay. There it is. They've changed a little bit. I updated this iPad last night as well to a newer version, and they changed where the buttons were. Okay, no problem. We found them. So let's take 2.5 minutes for this. And it's a very simple process. Doesn't take a lot of work, doesn't take a lot of energy, but you're learning to use your dynamic system in a way. The central energies are what we call on this planet the soul of the man. Let's make sure we're just sharing that properly. And we'll start now for 2.5 minutes. This, yes?
I was wondering if you can line up another video after this. I need another 30 minutes, please.
Okay. Yes, I think we could. I think we can do that without a problem. I know we were both working trying to get this room open. There was some glitch in both of our systems. Apparently, we didn't read or didn't receive the correct information. But I had tried, even with the new English host, KFF host, instead of my picture, and I tried to open the 959 room, and it wouldn't open, so we had to do some, and of course, guess who opened it? MTK. Always there to catch whatever needs to be done. So thank you, Mr. Keshe. All right, yes, thank you, Alex. Let's take a few minutes or 2.5 minutes here, and then we'll go to get an update again on the situation in the Middle East and in the Ukraine. I think Mr. Keshe spoke at some length on that. So we'll start now and come right back in 2.5 minutes. Don't fall asleep. Stay conscious and use your emotions in a way to create conditions for the souls to then pick up that condition and awaken the physicality to what's going on with the world leaders and religious leaders. As Mr. Keshe said, we just can't come out with this technology. Governments have to be involved. Otherwise, it won't go too far, too fast. But with the governments involved, I think we'll, and the new things that'll be shown, hopefully they'll all jump on this beautiful plasma knowledge. So let's start now. and we'll be right back in just 2.5 minutes. And this is how this process works. Anyone exhausted? Anyone lose a lot of energy over it? And if you enjoyed that and want to start learning more about the energy side of you, or this energy dimension, we're living simultaneously in both dimensions 24 hours a day, as we're being instructed. But this is an invitation from the Universal Council to the Keshe and the Universal Council family, and unifying at the soul level every day at 9 p.m. Central European times or Central European Summer Time. And you'll have to calculate what 9 p.m. means for you in that time zone. And this is where we gather collectively for the elevation of the souls of all leaders and the soul of totality of the Keshe Foundation, creating peace in everything that exists. There's a number of different backgrounds for this, but the idea is, again, to elevate the leaders and the religious leaders. We know that the religious leaders often give the pretext, in a way, for world leaders to go to war. And so they're sort of working hand in hand, even though you would think the religious leaders are for the peace and some of the world leaders are for the wars, but yet, according to our understanding, they're in a way working together. I often think of Billy Graham, and he was a famous preacher in the United States, but he never found a war he didn't support and pray for us to win a war or to be the victors and all these things. That's not the type of religious man who really understands the totality of the whole situation just in the matter state. But we elevate all their souls because we were all in the same position where we didn't understand and we didn't comprehend much about our structure. As Mr. Keshe said, and I had to laugh, he said, this creation that you're in didn't come with a manual. You know, when you get your new automobile, if you look in the glove compartment, there's a really thick book usually of what this button does and what that button does and how to do this and correct that and reset this and tire pressure and oil viscosity. None of this comes with our creation. It all has to be, in a way, revealed to us. And of course, not much has been revealed. If we've had 5,000 wars on this planet in the last 3,000 years, plus all the other mayhem of stealing from one another, stealing from other creatures on this planet. So, in a way, we're sort of writing an owner's manual. But again, Mr. Keshe, there's no peer review. This is how you understand the knowledge, not anyone else understanding it for you. Otherwise, you'll have to have an intermediary probably in the universe as well. And this is one of the things I think the governments, in a way, resent, that the people, he said it was not about the technology in the last workshop, but it was all about the control of you. And this is what creates so much, in a way, pressure and tension for the world leaders, that the grip, it's almost like if you're hanging, from a rope and you can't hang on any longer, you go. So I think this rope is becoming too hard for them to hold on to, especially when everyone, in a way, understands their capacities and capabilities and the energies that they're walking around with. As Mr. Keshe said, oftentimes, the most illegal nuclear reactor on this planet is us walking around as a low energy nuclear reactor. And we haven't really looked at ourselves that way, but this is the conclusion. In a way, we're made in the image of the Creator, just a different size, a different amount, and a different strength. But we're all growing into the knowledge and trying to reach our own Creator. And it was funny, we're so enamored, as we've said, with the UFOs and all these things and the way they can disappear. He said this is all matter state reactors and the rest of it. We're quite impressed with it. But they suffer from the same maladies as we do. And I was surprised to hear that. It doesn't look like they eat them a lot, but at least in the images we've seen, if that's even correct. But they do suffer from many of the similar conditions, and they also suffer for getting back to the mother. They're still trying to discover their own soul, as we are. So he said we're basically both in the same position. And the bottom line is, if they knew how to move the way the Creator moves, they wouldn't be in the craft. So that tells you right there that they haven't really fully mastered, although their knowledge is much above ours in many different ways. We have some knowledge to share with them as well. So join us on these daily, this is the mother connection with the Creator is in everything that exists, and the Creator is in us as well. So this is how we have that direct line of communication with whoever has a soul, and there's no created entity that doesn't have a soul, whether it's taken on a physicality or still in the dimension of energy. So we're able to connect with all of it. But rather than working in the matter state, this is much easier. And as Mr. Keshe said, I think somebody wanted, or he talked about where they request millions of dollars just to spend 5 minutes with a world leader. We could never do that. We don't even have that kind of money. But with this connection, so this is the most powerful tool in bringing the peace that we have, is your energies and using your energies to elevate the others. And that's what he said about John. I hope he finds his place, and he's there to elevate others in so many ways and to serve. Okay. Yes.
Hello, Mark.
Yes, Lisbeth. Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Well, always well.
That's perfect. It's the only way, no more ways. Okay, it's time for say thank you so much for all beings, all the time contribute for reconstruct the soul of the peace, for be part the soul of the totality of the love of the Creator, because we part of the soul of the Creator, but many times forget that. But many beings, many people in the back construct daily and always time, be part of the soul of the peace. Thank you for that. And thank you everybody for always time connected with the others. Because when they connected to the leaders, Mr. Ket many times teach us about that. When connected to the leaders, connect and elevate that soul. Of course, that leaders elevate the you message, and you followers, of course, acquire that knowledge and change your behavior. And say thank you, and I'm sorry because my English many times is perfect, but thank you so much for that.
Yes, and we want to thank you as well, Lisbeth. I know you put together in a way or designed the One Planet, One Nation, One Race program with the help of some of the others, but Lisbeth is instrumental, and that program happens at 4 p.m. every Tuesday in the public Zoom room, which is 939-474-503. And this is where the Universal Council supporters, and knowledge seekers work together in making wishes, understand more about the energy dimension. And Lisbeth's been very instrumental in, among and others as well, of putting in a way something that seems to work every week in the One Planet as we sort of listen to what Mr. Keshe is saying. And there's a lot of information and videos people want to share, but Lisbeth has a way of paring it down into something that we can all work with, and it seems to be working. So thank you, Lisbeth, for picking up the flower, the beautiful flower, and to carry us forward in helping us to develop this one planet, one nation, one race for world peace.
Thank you.
Yes. Anyone else have any thoughts or suggestions? I think we'll play what Mr. Keshe said about the Ukraine and the other things. And also, if you know where any of the teachings are on decontamination, he said he would like Rick to bring it next week or in this upcoming workshop. So if you know where there's some bit about the teachings in the public domain about decontamination and how to do it, and he went through quite a bit with the food and all the rest of this, the water, blocking drafts or putting up cloths that are kept moist to absorb some of these things. Please send it to Rick so that he can bring it into the workshop, or I know we'll explore this hopefully in the reactor group. One of the things that is going to happen starting this week is that Dr. Gatwa will be opening up the agricultural classes for private students. Previously, it was only available to those that were in the agriculture business in a way, or were studying agriculture. But now Dr. Gatwa will open it up for everyone that's a private student to come into these teachings. I think it'll be at 10 a.m. on Wednesday. Of course, I usually am in the reactor group, 10 a.m. Central European time. And I'm usually in the reactor group, so I'll probably be going to help with Dr. Gatwa. It's not that I'm a great host, but the idea that his internet has not been stable as of late, and they do want to open it up, and we know how irritating that is when the host continues to drop out or we can't hear exactly what's being said. There's delays, loss of voice or partial voice. So that's why I'll be helping for a little while on this. So it'll be 10 a.m. on Wednesdays in the private student Zoom room of the Keshe Foundation. While we're waiting for Alex to finish, I thought we would go again a little bit more into what Mr. Keshe said. This is, I think, about 11 minutes. Again, would Trump, okay, but would Trump do an agreement with Putin? Would Trump make an agreement, I think, with Putin? Sorry, I must have left that word out. But yes, this is what Mr. Keshe was talking about, a bit about the Ukraine and a bit about the Middle East, I believe, in this clip. Anyone have any discussion they'd like to bring up? Thank you, Elizabeth. Anyone else have something they'd like to share with the rest? Before we go here, while Alex continues his preparation, as I said, we sort of got a flat tire earlier with trying to get into this 959 room. It seemed to be blocked, even though I put in the proper credentials, I thought, or I have.
Mark?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I have this disabled my chat. I have one link when I don't know, many years ago, the one knowledge seeker prepared one kit for emergencies. I think it's better for that moment because it's him take a time for prepare that. It's not better time now. I sent a new chat now, one moment, because I can't put in that chat, but I sent to you now. And maybe annex a little more time about at that moment, not I have like a movement to COP1 and COP2, but maybe annex COP1 and COP2 and that process, but that is good. Is very good suggestion for the people. Emergency kit. I sent to you. You see?
Okay. Yes. Let me just bring this up. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Okay. Thank you.
We have something on YouTube. Is that what you're saying? I'm clicking on the link that you provided here. Emergency.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening to everyone.
Now, this is something from the public teachings, Lisbeth.
Because I collected from the, I think it's from the Keshe Foundation, yes.
Right, but is this in the public or is this something in the private?
No, it's a public. Never use it for the private,
right.
never.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, let's go through this a bit. Nano and GANs and health applications, and again, we're at the 11:59 hour, just a minute or less before midnight, and it's a very dangerous situation. I know he said we'll bring this into next week's teaching, most likely, not this, but the decontamination process, again, for food, bathing, how to handle some of these energies that may come in. He said it was mostly a concern of Western Eastern Europe, as well as the Middle East, but in a war situation, or these things can certainly run out of control very, very easily. And this is what's happened many times. Once a war starts, anyone's guess where it's going to go, because there's many things that are unaccounted for that can happen. So thank you, Elizabeth. Let's hear more about health applications.
So we are here now in our 5th program for the Nano and GAN. So reminders, I'll just flash on the reminders. And our pens are in production, coming soon. So our topic for today is just a short presentation. It's just about emergency plasma kit. So this is an additional with your emergency kit, the normal emergency kit during any disaster or any calamity. So
Mark,
this will be helpful tools and protocols that can be easily be done with few materials needed. So we have a disaster alert signs from nature. So basically, some of us have already experienced different disasters or calamities. So observe the animals around you. They're the first indication of alert of any natural disaster.
And of course, this is coming out of some of our colleagues in the Philippines, and they're quite familiar with natural disasters. As we know, the not hurricanes, but more like tsunamis or flooding happens quite a bit there. And so they've been, again, they've had a lot of calamity, and they've had a lot of rebuilding, so they're quite prepared. So these are people who've been through it more than once in a way. I guess their geographical area and other things, or these energies seem to gravitate, but not only there, as he said, but this could be, and I've often heard this about the animals can feel like a tidal wave coming or something else, birds and everything else, nature goes quiet.
You may have 10 to 20 minutes to prepare when dogs start howling and there are no birds around and nature goes quiet. So this is one of our indicators. Next is we have our plasma supplies. So what we need, so you put this in your small pouch or bag, make plenty of nano-coated copper wires, bare copper wires, add some salt, lighter or fire torch, maybe the candle, sheets, sink sheets, plates or wires. Can you have clean water, medicinal herbs, or the ganses of the herbs and fruits that you like? So most of us have already learned how to make ganses of their fruits and vegetables and herbs. So you have your GANS material collection, label it, put proper labelings on it, so you will use that in times of when we produce matter. So here I'll tell you how to use it in emergency. So there are I have listed 9 or a plasma emergency kit. So you need pain patches at all sizes, and I will teach you the easiest, simplest, and most affordable way to make it, and it's very, very effective. Never lose your pain relief pens. Make your health cups. Have your rain jacket with GANS. I'll show you how. Gloves with GANS, or waterproof thermal knee socks with GANS. GANS mask, and a plasma mosquito repellent, and also the MagRab power supply unit if you have already ordered, coming soon. And some emergency protocols, the water decontamination system, how to treat open wounds with your badges, and the MagRab power supply system. First, I start with the simplest pain relief patch. So you just need GANS patches. This is the GANS patches that relieves pain fast, and I have tried it at least for this week. We have tried this also, and it really relieves the pain very, very fast. All kinds of the pain in the body. So materials needed, you need just a resealable plastic pack, tissue, a table napkin, water from your CO2 GANS kit. You don't need the GANS, you just need the water from your CO2 GANS kit. Take note of it. So simply like this, step 1, get a plastic pack and a tissue or a napkin. Number 2, you insert it inside. You have already a packaging. Next is get just a 5 ml of the water of your CO2 GANS kit. You can use your energized CO2, which means that you have put any herbs around it or above it, so that the energy or the information of the herbs will be transferred to the CO2. So as well as the water. So the water is the medium of transfer. So all the information in the GANS are already transferred in the water. Next is you pour the water in. And the 5th is you have your patch. This patch, we tried this. And next is you need to label it. So it is for personal use. Don't let others use your patch. Put a label, make your own patch, and give to others their patches and write names. This is non-consumable. You can use it many times, but you use it only for you. That's the only thing. And you can put it anywhere in the body if you have any pain. We have tried all types of muscle pain here in the house. My friends also did this, and they felt so much relief, and it's quick. And we tried some ankle damages who have already broken legs before, and it was cured, but there's still pain. So it still removes the pain, and I believe it continues the healing if you put it for a long time. Maybe more than 24 hours, or you make a sessions. My father, I put this to his heel because he have a very a painful heel that keep on coming back, and I just inserted when he wore his sock, I just inserted it there, and the pain after 24 hours, the pain didn't come back anymore. And right now he feels well and he feels youthful, even at 71 years old. With that patch, because there's no more pain on his joints. Next is applied to the pain area. So expect pain relief in minutes. You use 24 hours for therapy and healing support. So I said it again, you can use energized CO2 GANs water. Anything that you want to empower your CO2 GANs. You will never consume any of your GANSes anymore. You can put your GANs in a small bottle with the water. So if you want to produce many patches, what you do is just refill the water. Or just one drop of water on a barrel of water. All of that barrel of water has already the energized GANs. And you can make as many patches as you like, and it works. I tried it. I just get a drop of water and I put it in a glass of water, and I use that water to make patches. And it still works. You can try it. So you can make any patch sizes you like. You can make belts on that patches, connect them. So you can put it on your waist, put it on your torso, everywhere in your body if you have pain. Just do it. Just that simple. So next is, there's a picture. Place the patches on the stomach. Use as direct food. We just tried this. We got hungry because the food was not yet prepared. So we tried to put in our stomach. And the pain in the stomach disappeared. I don't know if the hunger is still there, but we ate after doing it. And also, if there is no GANs available, what you do, this is the one thing that we are trying here. But I have tried using a barbecue stick instead of a copper wire. I used a barbecue stick and burned it. With the barbecue stick, it can also remove pain. I just point it out. There's a sharp point of a barbecue stick, a wooden stick, and I point it out to the pain. It also removes the pain. So you just burn wood and fruits, herbs, and spices for your health use in a clay or a metal pot, and it becomes all ashes. And you use that. Once it is burned, collect the ashes. That is already your energized nanomaterials. So all the information of the fruits, vegetables that is burned are mixed with the wood ashes there together. And the wood ashes becomes your caustic. So there is the process of nano coating and also making it to a nanomaterial. Then you mix it with water and you have an energized water, or maybe you'll just mix a little bit of salt, I think. So, but we will confirm this experiment yet. So I have not made this yet. I just think of it this week. So for emergency cases that you have not processed any GANs. And open wound treatment. So do the clean and dress the wound simply the first aid kit, first aid system way. But after that, you apply the patch over it. After covering the wound, you apply the patch. It really suits the pain fast. Really, I tried open wounds. Some of my friends tried open wounds. The pain just disappears fast. So the patches that we make with CO2 GANs water alone. Oh, sorry. Next is that you can use your patches with your health cups. So you can wrap them around and plastic, and you can energize already your bottle. So can you wrap it around, under, over, so at least all the energy will be transferred already there. I think this works because the water is also mixed with the amino acid on top. So the energy of the amino acid, which is floating in the CO2 kit, is also a part in the water. So when put together in the patch, you can still transfer the energy to the water in your cups. I tried this also. So next is your health cup. Your health cup does not only support your drinking water, you also need to energize the heart, lungs, and brain. So you just need to breathe in the air of your health cup. Instead of drinking the water, you breathe in the air inside. Just breathe in slowly and slowly. It helps you relax, and you have breathed in the energized air inside your cup. For the water, it energizes your physicality. Next is how to decontaminate the water. So basically, Mr. Keshe has already told us how, so I just documented it. So you need wood ashes or any nano-coated wires or CO2 gas, a container, and your water. So get a container with water and put ashes on it. As the ashes settle on the bottom, get the top water and transfer to another container. Repeat the process 2 to 3 times until the water is purified. So until you reach, so you need to transfer it in another container and put ashes again. And until it settles again, you transfer it again. And until you find it to be clean and purified.
Okay. I put the link in the chat for this. Let's just check in with Alex. I don't want to keep him waiting if he's ready. If not, we'll continue this video.
Please continue for a little bit.
Okay, let us know. Just jump right in when you're
Thanks.
ready.
Simplest and effective pain relief pen. So this design is one of the simplest. If you are in emergency use, you don't have the patch, or there's a particular pain that cannot. Okay, so we're back. So here's the using the effective pain relief pen. So you need just a tape, a nano-coated copper coil, maybe as small as number 24, or you need to have a 7 centimeter long coil like this. So simply have a.
And again, I think this is reported working. But again, Mr. Keshe said we took the coil out, or there's no coil in our pain pens. Let's just see if we can go back to the latest. I know this was from years ago. Let's just see if we can bring this up. And perhaps it's only 2 minutes and 30 seconds. So they're on the pain pens. I think Mr. Keshe said the coiling came out of the Philippines. But yet he's saying the pain pens in the store are a bit different than this. Okay, let's just see if we can share this. Let me scroll it forward a bit here and get past the 6-second intro. Okay, yeah, here we are. Today's pain pen. All right, let's just listen to this for 2.5 minutes, then we'll go back to the larger video. All pain pens are not created equally.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Keshe. We have a question or 2 or 3 here from George in the Q&A. George says, hello, Mr. Keshe. I have the following questions from your last 2 teachings. 1, how should the nano-coated part of the CO2 reactor for Okay, thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Okay, I'm just going
we
to
have
119. This is where we'll take a look at
question
the
or 2 or
transcript.
3 here from George in the Q&A.
Let's see if we
George
can do
says, hello, Mr. Keshe. I have the following questions from your last 2 teachings. 1, how should the nano-coated part of the CO2 reactor for replenishing with amino acid the pain pen be made? Caustic or fire?
All depends on you.
Are you a caustic person or a fiery person?
I never tested fire.
For the pain
In a
pens?
way, I never use nano-coated materials in paint.
Okay, so that was the first thing we heard. I never use nano-coated materials in the pain pen. Is that what Mr. Keshe said? Okay.
No, he said fire coated.
Well, fire is a nano-coating process. He doesn't use fire.
Yeah, that's what it says. Fire-coated nano-coated process.
Right. He must have, I know he used the fire in the Cup of Life 1, if you recall. But usually fire is reserved for testing or emergency purposes. I never used nano-coating materials in the pain pen. Okay, let's hear that again. It's only a 2-minute video, so we have time.
Nano-coated materials in pain. Even the original pain pens are the production went with some putting coils in them, which we took it out.
So there were originally some coils. I think this was developed by the Philippines, but he said we took them out. But I think everyone was still making it because they reported quite a bit of success with it.
Then pain pens of today carry no coil whatsoever. I think if I remember correctly, the coil system came from the Philippine groups at that time. Any other question? What's the next question?
Those were part of the times of the contradictions between clockwise and counterclockwise.
Why? That's it.
We don't want to get into that.
No.
Okay, so again, there's a marked difference between, and this is what it says in the instruction of the pain pen, that these pens are not like the pain pens knowledge seekers make. And you can take that for however you want to. Okay, let's go back to any other comments on this? All right, let's go back to our video that Lisbeth has shared so graciously with us. And we continue. Here's the coils in the pain pen. Okay.
Coil, counterclockwise turn, and just wrap it with tape. And you got your pen. And you just point anywhere from the north or to the south terminals, then it relieves pain. So I tried this already with tubes, with tapes. It relieves pain fast as well. Just that. So you don't need to have any plenty of complications of doing 2 layers. You can do also the double layer, but this is the easiest way and can relieve pain. I have tried many of this already. Here is the raincoat and gloves with GANs. So I suggest to those who are capable to manufacture this, this is an idea. So we need to energize a coat for extra strength during any natural disaster. So if there is rain or water, so you need to have a coat or a raincoat or a jacket and insert the pads that you make in the linings or inside. Which my friend tried this. We inserted in his jacket, and he really feels the energy in his body, and it's relieving him from all the body pains. So I suggest to him that he put it in his patch on his jacket, so at least he gets relief when he drives his motorcycle, travels long, and it gives him a good feel. And also, you can put on the gloves as well, especially in the finger points. And also in the palm. So these are the ideas. Hopefully our friends in China can do this. They have the capability to do it fast. And also a suggestion is a waterproof thermal socks with GANs. So still GANs patches. So if you have thermal socks, many of you know what thermal socks are. You just make it a waterproof because during disasters, the feet is very vulnerable. So it's gonna be stepping so many things, and you need to make it waterproof. So you can wear different boots or shoes, but at least it won't get wet and it won't have much because we know that the nerves nerve ends are on our feet. And when our feet gets wounded, it's going to be hard for us to travel. So you can also energize different patches, put patches on the thermal socks. And you can have your boots. If you can play your shoes, you can put also the CO2 guns pouches. Also for the mask. Yes, sir.
Can I just come in here?
Yes, sir.
You have to realize 2 points. When you use CO2, when you use CuO2. Especially for infected wounds, use a water which has a copper oxide, not just the CO2. If you use the gans of the copper oxide or the water of the gans of copper oxide, it has the ability of disinfecting. So if you have an open wound or you have in disaster points, you need to, but you can't use it for long, just for a few minutes, and you remove it. You'll find out the copper has the ability, in the conjunction with the neurosystem and the physical part of the body of the man, to act as a disinfectant.
And this will be probably, I know he said when we made that Cup of Life 2, the copper cup, he said this is an antibiotic 50 times more powerful than anything in the marketplace. So perhaps some of this is going to be built into the infection pen, which we talked about earlier, to reduce infections like this. But I don't know for sure. I'm just thinking, because he said it's a very powerful antibiotic, actually.
So you can use both CO2 and CuO2, especially in the wounded areas, as with a patch. Mix the two together, make a patch which has both CO2 and, but don't use the CO2 for a long time, for a short time. If you have a wound infections, if you have a burn infections, you will find out if you, what you got to do, the way you put your paper in the plastic cover, you move your patch, nano coat 3 different papers and put them across each other. What I mean, I put the camera on to show you.
Okay, sir.
What you got to do is, I can't, oh yeah, okay, I'm on there. What you do, you use one paper soaked with CO2. You use another paper with a copper oxide, and then you use another paper with CO2. So you make 3 layers, even in different angles, slightly different angles to each other. This creates on the side of the body, because it interacts with the body, the exact condition of the 3 layers of the skin. You'll find out the skin growth will be much faster without infection. So you create the physical condition. And what happens, this is physically what happens. Let's say this is your top paper, this is your middle paper, and the third one is, let's say, your other paper. Here is your skin. You have a top layer, you have the middle layer, and you have a bottom layer. So, in fact, you create a zone here which allows to behave like a skin, and the bottom builds very fast to the top, because this will not change. This will build up to it. And you find out burn recovery very, very fast if you use the 3 layers. This is part of the emergency kits which we will develop, we will introduce into the market in the coming weeks. And this is part of the, what do you call it, the burn system. I offer this to the emergency services here in Italy because of the explosion we had. So the science behind it, you have to understand, is that the 3 layers interaction of fields gives to the condition of the creation feeling of the skin. Now, here you're void of a skin, it's gone with a burn. The 3 layers, if it's burned, you have to show the 3 layers on this side. So the interaction creates that surface that the body will follow the field transfer, and you find a replacement and the growth of the skin and the flesh very rapid without infection. It's important to use a copper, very important. But you don't use a copper long term, especially when it's used on the stomach part where the soft tissues are. It has to be in a short burst, because the copper can interact with the muscle tissue of the soft tissue of the body, and it has other applications. So if you are dealing with an infected wound, try the copper oxide tissue on its own, or maybe with the CO2. If it's just a pain, use the CO2. Pain is a sign of emotion. Copper is a part of the structure of the physicality. So once you nano-coated it and you have created the plasma of the water, so now with the water of the body, it has a common ground. With the copper has a common ground, you see the building of the muscle tissue. Very rapid. It can speed up to factors. Without infection, mainly without infection. The biggest problem, as even Renan said, is putting these patches after the bandage. But don't make the bandage too thick, that the field environment is less than 3 to 7 millimeters sometimes to be effective. Carry on, Renan.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Just to be clear, that's the water of the CO2 and the water.
Yes.
You know,
Yes.
not
Yes.
the cans itself.
Yes. This knowledge will become very handy very soon for a lot of applications around disaster zones. With the fire cases.
Extremely quick and easy to make.
Pardon?
I see these as extremely quick and easy to make.
Yeah, the beauty with it, as Brennan said as well, the fire brigades can apply it on the site, doesn't matter how many injuries are, how many people. When they carry the guns with them, they just add the water to it. Within seconds, they can make their own patches for each person on the site.
So let's continue. So the next is we have our, after the thermal socks with GANs, CO2 GANs. GANs mask. So we have already existing mask there in case of any volcanic eruption or dust, and the area is so stinky, and you can buy your existing mask and just put the patches around the filters. Don't cover the filters, just around the filters to help. So still use CO2 GANs. It's energizing, so you can wear your mask as long as possible when there is still the need of it. So just always be reminded, if with infections, use the copper oxide water, GANs water, for the infection, but don't use it permanently or long. So this is another. The next thing is the mosquito repellent. This is a simplified one. So the same concept. You try by Leaf Tanner. He told me this, and I just made it simplified it. So you just need a CO2 GANs plus the citronella oil or a lemongrass extract mixed, and the water. Still use the water of that GANs in making simple patches, and wrap the patches on the plastic bottle, and you put the clean water, wait for 30 minutes or to 1 hour, and drink the water. You just observe. You will have the energy of the citronella in your body, thus mosquito shy away from you. So anybody can try this and can confirm it. So Leaf Tanner also tried this, but he did another process. But I think this process is more simple to use, and you may confirm it. So this can help in the area of the disaster zone, especially when the water has resided and everything has cleared up. There will be so much dead plants, dead animals, and you need the mosquitoes will be around and flies. So at least we have something that we can drink every time, and the mosquitoes won't go to us. So this is.
Would this work? Would this work for the malaria mosquito?
If
would we attract it to us, or would we repel them?
maybe it will be a repellent, sir. For me, I think it's gonna be instead of attraction, because the lemongrass and the citronella repels them. So with the energy of the lemongrass and the citronella oil, with that energy in your body system, so they will be, they won't say that they will have no option but not to bite you, because they thought you have already the citronella inside you. So you're
Do you in the Philippines? Do you know how you distinguish if you have a malaria? I think you have a malaria mosquito.
Yes,
How do you distinguish the malaria mosquito from non-malaria mosquito?
the zebra type, the malaria mosquito, the zebra type, zebra. Their color is white and black, and it's like stripes. So their body, their foot, their legs are white, black, white, black.
But in Africa, it's not that way, is it? It's all the same color.
Oh.
In Africa, malaria is the same. It's the way they sit. If you see a mosquito, if it sits, I'll draw it for you. In Africa, it's the easiest way to know if you can see it when you get beaten. Is the normal mosquito, if this is your leg, let me do it this way. If this is your leg, and the mosquito sits with you along that way, it's a normal mosquito. But if the mosquito is like this, it's a malaria mosquito.
Oh, okay.
That's how we see it. It sits with the legs and it bites you inside. The malaria mosquito is deformed shape. That's how, but the normal mosquito, when it sits, it's just like a normal mosquito on your body. And one of the things you can do, which is release pains very rapidly, apply the mosquito repellent or the mosquito oil as you make it directly on the point of the bite. You'll find out it reduces it immediately, disinfects it immediately, then the pain disappears. The best thing is if you got a mosquito repellent, or maybe you can try it with the oil you have, when you get the mosquito bitten, use it directly on the point of the bite, and the pain disappears instantly. Because it's there to do the job. It does both ways.
The mixture of the CO2 oil with the citronella oil, I think, like Mr. Keshe is saying, if we apply it on the area of the bite, it will be more effective to repel the mosquitoes and also to heal the pain or the damage done.
Okay.
Lemongrass is very common in Africa. You can smell it from miles when you come near the fields. It just hits you. Carry on.
Okay, so and that's all. And thank you. That's what I have prepared yet for the emergency kit.
Okay, I think that concludes.
So we're getting ready today for the show, and as I
take this off. Let's check in with Alex. I think we want to just see how you're faring. We do have something else lined up if you need more time. It's not a problem.
I'm almost ready, so whenever it's convenient for you.
Say again? You're ready?
I'm almost ready, yes.
Okay. All right. Any comments on the what we just saw? Very interesting. Again, a lot of little things, but again, making you the last man standing. This is the whole idea, where you be able to bring wellness to yourself or understand some of these concepts, be able to feed yourself, to be able to travel or transmute into other things, to be able to communicate. All these are what's being developed as the last man standing. In other words, you're your own Messiah in so many ways. As Mr. Keshe said, he's a Messiah too, but he's a Messiah for himself, nobody else. And this is the way I think we need to look at it, as you are that last man standing. And when you master some of these things, obviously you can, if you can feed yourself and generate your own energy, you don't need much more. But again, it takes some time to understand the secrets of this technology. But I keep encouraging everyone. These products are available within the Keshe Foundation store. Even the Ganses are available, but I noticed that they're only available in the European Union. Gianni had reported that as well. He makes a lot of Ganses, and we've seen some of his successful work in the reactor group and other places with the farmers and the bees and the cows and the chickens and the horses and the rest of this respond quite well, decontaminating the water. But he said when I got some GANS, apparently he stopped into Linz at one point in time, or maybe some GANS was sent to him, but he said he'd never felt a more powerful GANS energy, much more powerful than the one he's making. We can ask him to restate that in a way. But this is what he reported. And he does get a lot of good results. And that's why I think Mr. Keshe said he likes to make the GANS, because there are techniques in all of these things that he said, when I make it, we get better results. So again, there must be some secrets within this that's not totally revealed to each and every one of us at this point. And I think it's part of keeping the knowledge within the Keshe Foundation, so nobody can create a mayhem with it, or nobody can abuse with it. Same thing, really. But they don't know that they're probably creating a mayhem by bringing water into a certain area that it wasn't supposed to be in, and this sets a chain of events in a way. So this is why it's not only understanding what to do it, he said you have to learn how and when to use. It's not just making them and, okay, this is a dry area, I think I'll create a swamp here, which you very well may do if you
Mark?
don't know what you're doing. Yes, please.
I have made the patches many years ago, and I used just paper towels.
That works.
I didn't do the layer, but I was amazed. I made great big patches for shoulder pain, and it did work. So this
Yeah,
is
that's
quite
amazing, right? With the multi-directional of the 3 papers.
I didn't do the multi-directional, so that's something maybe I'll try and use paper instead of paper towels. Maybe there's something to do with using paper instead of paper towels. I just use CO2 and paper towels. And make
Well, I've
quite
used
large
paper
ones.
towels in the past. Yeah, you just put it inside a plastic bag.
Yep.
Yeah, and it seems to work quite well. Oh,
Did you
that's
try the layering?
No, never. This is the first time I'm actually seeing the layering.
Me too.
So. Thank you, Lisbeth, for sharing with us all. And as I said, we put the link in the chat for the video, which is still on YouTube. So you'll have this as a reference in a way. Again, for you to be able to take care of yourself and your family and your neighbors as well, and perhaps any others who may come along. But hopefully we don't have, as he said, there's still hope that we can move out of this situation. It's not over. Although he did give us reports about certain countries wanting to use it or say they're going to use these sort of high energy weapons, let's say. But maybe that won't come. I remember him giving everyone who participated in the London conference some dried GANs of CO2 and zinc. I think I reported this maybe in another location. But, you know, people were, what do we do with these? He said, one day we'll teach you how to use them. So perhaps we're coming up, I don't wish that, but hopefully we're going to have a turning point in this conflict and things will settle down. Okay. Anyone else have a thought or a comment they'd like to make? All right. Let's see if we can. Again, what he mentioned about the stroke or heart attack was quite interesting. Alex, how much more time do we have?
I'm ready to go.
Okay. Very good. Thank you. It's been a little unsettling in a way that we couldn't get into these different rooms, and this put us behind, and it put Alex behind because he was trying to help me, and he didn't get to finish his presentation, so that's why we
Oh,
had
you
the
know
delay.
what?
Yes?
Everything's for a reason.
Oh, for
And
sure.
frankly, this video was very timely. This subject, very timely, very urgent, very important. And for that, I'm very grateful. So thank you, Elizabeth. And I'm going to see if this is going to work. Thank you all for hanging in on this meeting here. It's a very important time, as we've always said. And before we start, we do have to do some business. So let's see if this is going to work. And why not? It should, right? So jinxed it. We
No,
will
just go just go back to the share screen and check the box for video and audio. I think that's the only issue. We see your screen, everything is working, but no sound yet.
okay, just one moment, please.
Yeah,
Let's
take your time.
let's
We're not rushing. That's the joke I've been using lately. I mean, we're not in a hurry. If you're rushing or if you're in a rush, somebody could attack you. It's sort of a joke in a way. Even though we work quite well with the Russians in the Second World War, actually they lost many more than many other nations in defeating this this problem we had in Europe. Go ahead. Okay, there's a. Are you hearing it, Alex? Because we're not.
Oh, again, here we are. It's
okay.
Oh my God. Oh, we're going to have to upgrade this system here. So
let me play the disclaimer, and that way we can get on the road.
Very sorry, Mark. Go ahead, please.
No, it's no problem. I don't have a problem with it, sharing it, and hopefully it plays for me. These things are been quite funny as of late. We'll turn this down a hair. Okay, let's make sure we're properly sharing. We are. Okay, and here we go.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Okay, and we want to welcome Alex and all his hard work and frustration that he went through today to bring you this presentation. So, Alex, we're going to turn it right over to you, and thank you again for joining us on a regular basis without missing. and to be here and to share more of this deep, deep knowledge of the Keshe Foundation and the plasma science.
And thank you very much. Yeah, there was a change, so I'm going to have to do this kind of backwards here. So I will share the screen.
That's it. I was just going to ask you to. We see your screen.
Okay, it worked. Thank you so much for everybody being here. This is the Keshe American Knowledge Team meeting, and it's been quite the week. Very, very important things are happening. And please remember, you'll be able to tell your children and your grandchildren, and God willing, bringing the Keshe Foundation knowledge forward, your great, great, great grandchildren. And so let's get into it. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science. We're talking about advanced transmutation today. I'm going to introduce the subject of the gyroscopic. My name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It is December the 1st, 2024. This is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. And as we go through, and we can see it's a continuation of other advanced series. And since we have so many new knowledge seekers coming up, we have to kind of clean up the way things are being done. And not only do we have to clean up our own house, but this planet is going to need a lot of cleanup. So these are causing a lot of concerns for us. One of the reasons we are knowledge seekers is because this is so important. And here we are still on the hesitancy highway. We understand it's the lowest energy state, that this is something important that we have to mention to people. And, you know, there's nothing we can sweep under the carpet. We just have to remember that we can't put the cart before the horse. There's a sequencing that has to go on. And people keep throwing all these road apples in front of us. And, you know, a balanced rider has to be balanced on the horse. And this is the main topic that we're going to have today, because as we're searching for outer space, we have to look for things that are spinning in control on the plasma highway to our little pie in the sky. We don't have to look for things that are spinning out of control. That has already been taken care of. But the new knowledge seekers should be introduced to book number 1, The Universal Order of Creation of Matter. Book number 2, The Structure of Light. And we have to understand that in the beginning, the neutron came before the atom. It was from the splitting of the neutron that we have the proton atom and electron atom combination. At the same time, we created the PM-TIX, which is the ubiquitous energy that is passing through the vacuum of outer space. And of course, it is in outer space because it's non-visible and non-tangible. And so in book number 3, it explains this, because something that we haven't been able to explain in our life is the origin of the universe. And a lot of us pass through life without ever achieving that answer. And we've come to the point where we need to achieve that answer, because bringing one planet, one nation, one race for justice and world peace is an effort that we've been trying for 353 weeks in a row with Rick Crammon and the members of the Universal Council, because peace is the ticket to outer space. And, you know, we need to thank John Blevin for all his work with the American team. And hopefully he's helping us on the other side. I want to thank John again for all the years of support. So when we look at the basics of our understanding, most of us were growing up with the 10 Commandments. And of course, we revered the man who brought them to us. And we see there's another 14. Unfortunately, from my perspective, my point of view, I didn't understand how these commandments were delivered. And now I do. And I've gotten over the anger, because anger doesn't get us to the plasma highway. Anger keeps us from that. That's why we're on the transmission highway, because as we shake and rumble and pound the table, we create a frequency. And that frequency is only heard on this planet. It's not heard even when we go into the transition zone, because it's it can be done in both dimensions. So our goal is to get into the transmission highway, and the transmutation highway can be done on Earth. And we've seen that, and that's all part of the training. And this is the information that we have to convey to the new knowledge seekers. So our little pie chart here is our little piece of prejudice, because we are limited by the speed of light. That limits our transmission. But interestingly, the speed of light has a variable transition. And so the transition from what to what? And somehow, when we can't answer that question, then we realize that we are disconnected from our source. And how far away is the source? And so we say, oh, well, the universe is light years away, isn't it? But while we're contemplating that, we'd like to have another piece of pie. And we'll bring another one today, right? But the real question is, well, why don't we just get the whole pie? And in fact, why don't we all have a pie? But apparently, that's not the way we can do things here. So right now, we have to make relationship choices. And so what we found is that even though we differentiate between transmission, transition, and transmutation, each of those being a dimension, each dimension of those has to have 3 dimensions. And so this is significant, because now the X, Y, and Z axis is part of the transmission dimension. But likewise, it too is part of the transition dimension. And that's your duality. But then we get into the transmutation dimension, and something changes. And it never changes the message. It only changes the medium. So how does the message get conveyed? And this is what we're trying to do. So we have to understand that these dimensions are created through different energy levels. So when we talk about the matter state, and that's our little tiny piece of the pie, in relationship to the electron and the proton and the neutron, we're the electron, we're the little guys, and the neutron is the rest of the universe. So we have a sister universe, and that for us is our proton. And that's a good thing, because the way we run things, we need that. So we've been always trying to understand these spheres of influence. And so we use the surface of volume ratios to understand the different feeding dimensions and understand how we keep those feeding dimensions and create a feedback dimension. So the point of this whole thing, when we're talking about surface to volume ratios, is to understand that all 3 are feedback dimensions. All 3 are in operation all the time. And so we are the observers, the fudgers. And I say the fudgers because, let's face it, the pi is 3.14 and a bit. And so we're none of those feedback dimensions. Or are we? It all depends on where we focus our attention to. So the thing is, we can participate in these feedback dimensions, and we can participate in other dimensions. And how do we know that? Well, because in 1974, which was a long time ago, and I think we all have to envision in our minds, where were we? Because 10 years prior to that was a very important event in 1963, the assassination of the President of the United States. And so it was a very exciting time because there were a lot of new innovations. There were a lot of changes socially, financially, and militarily. But what was always in front of us was the world was at our fingertips. Well, I did not have the science of gyroscopes at my fingertips. I only found out about this recently. Why? Because I didn't travel in those spheres. So we've always been talking about relationships and how it's important to have balance. And today we're really going to focus on that because in the plasma science, the balance is between the magnetical and gravitational field forces. We call that a MAGRAV. We don't really understand the MAGRAV because for us, balance is only in one dimension. And that dimension, first and foremost, is the scientific community. And so there's a balance between the conservation of magnetic fields, understanding that we cannot see these magnetic fields, and it's a balance between the conservation of energy. And let's be clear about that. We can't see that either. So it's kind of strange that we are so focused on what we can touch and feel. So there's in the other science, the spiritual science, discussing the spirit and the soul. And so we find that the spirit is the motor of the soul, and motoring is something that is very important for us because we all like to travel. And so how does the plasma science add to the knowledge? And so the first thing it has to do is bring the two sciences together and create this balance. And so when we say a balance, we think of a level playing field. And we actually don't have a level playing field. What we have is conservation of susceptibility. That means we are all independent plasmatic variables. But we all have a magnetical susceptibility and a gravitational susceptibility. And we have to understand that from our point of view, which is basically singularity, we have to take other things into account. And so the easiest thing is to take into consideration duality. Is that enough for us to maintain a level balance? And so when we look at the conservation of the plasma state dependency, we know that the matter-gen is a two-way street of equality. But when we say equality, what constitutes equality? Because if it is equal, I mean really equal, well then 1 would equal 1 or 4 would equal 4. But if we have a MAGRAV condition on one side of the equation, do we need to have exactly the same MAGRAV condition on the other side of the equation? Well, let's look at the practical application of this. Look at your life. Are your actions always equal? Is every trade that you do a fair trade? Is every relationship that you do a fair relationship with respect to energy input and satisfaction? And so we find that it's not. And why is it not? And should that bring us depression. Well, if we're only looking at the singularity, but if we understand in the plasma science, we have the atomic state, the nanostate, and the GAN state, and each state is an order of magnitude higher. So that means when we find a balance, we could look at, say, a balanced field on the GAN state equal to a balanced field on the atomic state. So in other words, we can transcend the various energy states. Are we limited to these three states? Well, if we understand that all of these states are visible, we can see things, we can nanocode things, and we create GANs. Yes, we do. We have the cups of life. And it's so important now more than ever. They were brought out not as the cups of the pandemic, but plasmatic cups of life that reflected our emotional strength in our inner space. And we find that it's been weakened. And so we use the nanocoding process of the monatomic science to facilitate the production of GANs. So we are able to move from the physical state to the GAN state via the nanostate, and we are able to produce different cups. So we have a cup of the emotion and a cup of physicality. When we put the two together, so each cup is singularity, but when we put the two together, that's duality. And so now we have the cups of man. And aren't we very physical? And don't we need an emotional message to get us going? Right? Because otherwise we could be very physical sitting watching TV. But then there's creation. And so we have a different kind of duality, a twin cup connection. And so we used two emotion cup configurations and we connected them together. And we basically made them symmetrical. And what happens? 1 and 1 is 2. I thought we said 1 and 1 is more than 2. Where's the third one? Do you see it? Well, guess what? When we make the cups of life, we made cups of GANs. And we made CO2 GANs and calcium and zinc and copper and water and amino acid and all sorts of GANs, radiance manifested. And now we understand that we can do gold and even radioactive materials because every GANs on Earth represents the Earth. And we have so many different elements. So therefore, we have to understand that each of these elements manifested in their physicality, and they came from the plasmatic field forces. And the proof is, from those plasmatic field forces, we created the GANs, which means that the principal energy flow is a two-way transmission and a two-way transition. So that's your duality that creates your balance. And this is important because we're the water planet, and if we weren't in balance, there would be a lot of sloshing around. And so, in other words, our context has to maintain our stability, but our context has to maintain stability with others. We have to take others into account. So we emit what we are. And when we emit, words don't matter. What we are is a manifestation of emotion. And so when we're looking at the principal interaction, what is the most important action? And that is our interaction with the sun, which operates the same way. And so there's a two-way emission of intention, the intention of the sun and the intention of the earth. And when that comes into balance, and we're not saying equal, the equal is a representation of a balanced field. Then we can create a covalent bonding connection. That's where the balance stems from. And since we can't always see the factors that cause the balance, sometimes it becomes a point of conflict. So our skill set is going to be elevated through conflict resolution, looking at this point of conflict as being a point of containment, understanding that it's a point of covalent bonding. Why do these forces bring us together? And so we find that in many ways they are there to teach us a lesson. Well, what happens when that lesson is learned? Well, the lesson to learn is that the point of conflict is not necessary. Binding is necessary, but not at the expense of others. The binding is a self-serving necessity because only you can care about yourself. Nobody else really cares about you unless they are violating the laws of conservation. So in other words, as long as you're useful, we will protect you. Once you become useless, then we'll throw you on the scrap pile. So it becomes very important to be useful. Were we born to decide to be useful, or did we predetermine that? Because what would be the reason for being born if the intention carried by the emotion wasn't designed to be useful? So we have to understand the new plasma rule where the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. And then this binding zone develops a tensity. In other words, it has to be contained. And each binding zone then has a mass. And so there's a covalent bonding within the binding zone. So somehow this higher strength has to convert to a containment tensity. But because energy is always in motion, we can't stop it. We can't just put it in a bucket and have it sit there. In fact, if we want to contain this energy, we have to introduce rotation. And we know this as kids when we play with spinning tops. A top that is not spinning will just lie there in a horizontal position. But once we impart a rotating field on the top, it will align itself vertically and it'll spin very nicely and it'll be balanced. So we kind of resolve this anomaly where we understand that the balance between the top that is rotating and between the planet that is rotating creates a balance between these two fields. So we find that the energy from the one field is emitted as a magnetical force. The energy from the other field is emitted as a magnetical force. And when these two forces come together, they create this gravitational force. And so we see the top, and we see the Earth. But this binding zone, this gravitational binding zone in the middle, becomes non-visible if it's in total balance. But if we introduce other factors, then we can see other things happen. And so in 1974, as Eric Lathwaite was doing a demonstration on gyroscopes, And he gave it to a little boy. And he's trying to hang on for dear life because it's alive. And we find that the wheel that he's holding is heavier than he is. So he better hang on to it with two hands. But how does a young boy lift a wheel that is heavier than he is? How is that possible? And of course, he's superhuman, of course, right? Has to be. And so this is the beginning of the superhumans of the future and how happy we will be. So balance is what we're talking about. And once upon a time, we had a discussion about monorails, and I mean really monorails, one track, singularity. And the track was straight and definitely narrow. But we have to understand that that is a naval term. So when we travel the straights and narrows, those are the water straits and the narrow passages. And we need to be able to navigate those without, getting off track, because we have a one-track mind. And how many times do we say, yeah, we'll get back on track? Well, shouldn't you stay on track? Well, if you don't lean into it, you'll fly off the track. So you have to kind of lean into the turn like a motorcycle rider. Well, how do you do that? Hard to do when you have the two tracks, because the two tracks keep you level. So with the single track, you can kind of lean into it. So all aboard on this monorail. Well, how do we keep this monorail in balance? And so that's what it is. It has a tendency to tip over. So there must be some kind of opposing force. And so this balance is maintained through an external input. And so this external input and this demand for balancing has to work together in tandem, like teamwork. And so when we talk about gyroscopes, we talked about rotation. So in terms of rotation, there's a rotation on the x-axis. There's a rotation of the polarity on the y-axis. And there's a rotation in the field on the z-axis, which represents the strength. And the strength of that field is capable of lifting this dead weight. And so Eric Lathwaite was demonstrating in 1974. And so here is that dead weight, and it's on an axle, and it's not spinning. But if we impart a rotation so that it spins very, very quickly. Now, what does very quickly mean? So let's talk about over 2,500 RPM, for instance. So the gyroscopic strength increases. Right? And so there's a weight reduction. So this old man can lift this dead weight, just like the little boy. And so we see the monorail, it's leaning into a turn, and it's quite heavy. And I guess this is where the term hanging a right turn came from, because you better hang on to your seats there, folks. You don't want to slide off. So to understand this a little bit better, we have to understand that when we talk about balance, it isn't like a teeter-totter where you just balance in singularity. And if you impart a rotating field to it, or a rotation, it's not enough. Because as you can see, The idea being that if the road turns to the right, the gyroscope should turn to the left. So that takes care of one dimension, but it doesn't keep you straight, because you don't want to stay straight. You want to curve with the road. So maybe we need two gyroscopes, create opposing forces. And so you can have a balanced crossover. So we're not showing the whole pie here because we want to show the interaction at the point of contact in that crossover. So if the gyroscopes are pointing inward to each other, that would create a balance. But what happens if the forces are opposed? Well, now it's creating a gap. So what is the purpose of the opposing force? The purpose is to create a balance, but singularity is not enough because that just takes care of rotation. Duality is not enough because that just takes care of polarity. And so field strength has to be added. And so when we're talking about adding, the passengers, all they want to do is enjoy the ride and stay level. But that level has to take other factors into account because we're talking about the X, Y, and Z axis, and it's not stationary until you come into the station. So what makes it level? So it has to remain level even though it's in a curve. And as it goes through the curve, it has to go at a certain speed. So if it doesn't go fast enough, it'll fall over on the inside of the curve. So therefore, the level has to be higher. But if the speed is very fast, then the level has to lean into the curve more. But if the train pulls into the station and wants to be flat, even if it's on a curve, then you've taken out the speed, but you still need to require a level. So there has to be another balancing. And that's why the balancing is done in 3 dimensions. And so you have a leveling and you have a balancing where the left side and the right side work together in unity. And that unity is the 3rd dimension that you don't see because it's hidden inside the conductor's booth there. It's a gyroscope. And it's balancing in all 3 dimensions. And this is the point that we have to understand. It's how we can walk. When we move, even though the earth is rotating, we are not rotating. So those are rules for balancing. And so what we want to say is that these rules are applying in a Maglev state on the atomic level. And what we want to say is that those rules do not change. The level changes. We can go to the higher state, nanostate, the monatomic. Rules apply in the GaN state, the polyatomic. And those rules apply in the plasma state, the field. Now, we have to understand that there is no reason why those rules will not apply one step beyond. but the field has changed. And as such, there are effects that change. And the effect that changes is the elimination of the delay in consequences on the physical state. So that delay in consequences, and we've seen it in the Sanya conference where we could create gold GANs. We can create all the GANs of all the elements in the periodic table of elements. It all depends on our prejudice. So that's a fact. And so when we're talking about the law of conservation and we say, well, path link and susceptibility, path link to what and where's the susceptibility? And so, you know, there's an emission of a magnetical force and there's an emission of a gravitational force. One has to do with our attention and one has to do with our retention. The retention of what? The retention of the knowledge. And can you act on that knowledge all the time? And if it only depends on you and your physicality, you're in trouble. Because as we're trying to figure this thing out and doing these presentations and doing these seminars, the heart keeps working, the brain keeps working, and the organs keep working. And please keep working, because everything that we're doing is it interacts to create an emission of intention. So we have to consider the nearness and proximity. So with respect to our field focus in our physicality, yeah, we're very near, but maybe we have larger schemes. And so we have to consider the nearness and proximity with respect to those farther away. So there has to be some kind of bonding, doesn't it? And we understand the covalent bonding. So these are of fields that are contained within their tensity and with their mass. And so when we talk about tensity and mass, we're talking about matter state. But if we understand the rules of matter state science, and if we see that we can transcend the various fields, the various energy states, and whether we go and transfer from one state to another by going up, which is creation, or by coming down, which is decay, in all cases, we are balancing the wishes of the creator. So our intention becomes the plasma vision, and that is in a field. And that field has no containment. And those are the things that we have to understand, how we can take those rules and go one step beyond. But one step beyond in terms of creation, and one step beyond in terms of physicality. And the reason we need to do this is because we have limitations. And those limitations are based on rotation. So when we look at the rotation of this planet, we find that it increases the gravitational force. So it's offsetting. It's not equal, it's balanced. And so depending on the energy input from each dimension, they all have to balance out, and they all have to balance out together in teamwork. And collectively, they increase the gravitational force within. So that gravitational force that's in the monorail will be equal and opposite with respect to the monorail and its containment, equal and opposite to the Earth gravitational force. So the gravitational force is dependent on the point of view. And we find that the gravitational force increases with pH. And so we know that alkaline is in a higher pH, which makes alkaline gravitational. And so as we've been discussing and looking at the introduction of other dimensions, and we see that we have a nonlinear twinity relationship, and that it's slightly curved. And if we look at the relationship of the gyroscopes, which are operating in rotating fields of 3 dimensions, we see that there's a nonlinear trinity. And a nonlinear trinity allows us to go from field strength to field strength. And they have to maintain in balance. And so they can't just go one way together and one way together the other way, because there's no balance in it. So there has to be a balance all 3 dimensions. So when we're trying to understand a gyroscope, we have to understand that our positioning can be in all the 4 z-axis transmutation quadrants. So not only can we go a little bit left and a little bit right, but we can go a little bit forward and a little bit backward. And by the way, we can go a little bit up and a little bit down. And when we say a little bit, that means we can do combinations. And once we do these combinations, well, guess what? We have a periodic table of elements. And then guess what again? We have 8 billion variable, independent souls working on this planet. And why are we here? Because there's an infinite number of souls who are counting on us. And we're part of that community. We're part of the transmutation community. And so our range transition transcends the z-axis transmutation dimension. And what we're concerned with the laws of conservation, what they do is they govern the covalent bonding attribute. And this attribute, yes, it requires the gravitational intensity and mass, but more importantly, it can transcend the various energy states and the various energy levels, because the rules that apply to the gyroscope apply in all energy states. We have to understand that not only do we want to transcend and transmute, but the rules have to do it the same way. And so the rule that we ignore is the rule that created us. And so the soul of the man, which is what created us, cannot be abandoned. So this is why we have new choices. And it's here now. We're in the post-March 15, 2024 era. We can have a new selection process. And so we're looking at our bountiful space we call Earth space, which is heaven. And we want to understand outer space, which is part of the transmutation space. It's only a reflection of our inner space, which is the graceful space. And so we have to question, is that the graceful space? Why? Because we're seeking gravitational stability. That's why. We know that the gravitational stability is a confirmation of how we arrived here, because the hydrogen says so. It shows us an emission spectrum in color with a unique fingerprint that is a gravitational matter state physical representation of the gravitational conformation of the convergence of forces coming from the magnetical field forces of the sun interacting with those of the earth and interacting with those of the universe. And they transcend all of the orders of magnitude, whether it's nano or pico or gans or plasma or the soul cornerstone. All of these are just channels for the emission of intention. And the emission of intention rules do not change. And so if there's a problem of transcending the various dimensions, then we don't understand the rules. So when we're looking at the transmission spectrum, we have to understand that there is a surface superficiality in our physicality, and there's an internal substance, which we call the plasma substrate. So the surface represents the internal, and that creates the balance between the gravitational and magnetic field forces. And what we're looking at, our point of containment, which we're going to discuss in more detail shortly, is the plasma containment, the plasmatic interaction within this containment. And unfortunately for us, we're bound by the limitations of the visible light spectrum. And it's so beautiful. It's in color, but we understand that we can go one step beyond into non-visible light. Well, now we understand as knowledge seekers that we can go one step beyond again. All we have to do is understand the rules, how to understand that the speed of rotation affects the transmutation transition, right? There are many points on the perspective scale. And so it's hard to believe over 100 years ago, we were looking at the new travel technologies, planes, trains, and cars. Was it new technology or was it just amusement? Well, maybe we're running into the same problem with our current space show. Maybe it's novel, maybe it's fun, maybe it's amusing, or maybe it's a matter of life and death, because there are many points on the field strength of the dove. We're talking about the pH of peace. And so we've been trying for the next couple of months to do the nutrition and wellness transmutation test, because this is very important, especially in times of crisis. But is that the only time that we have to resort to the universal laws? Why do we have to wait for a crisis or disaster? Why can't we move forward? And so we're inviting research teams from around the world to understand this, because denying the existence of the plasma science is really denying your own existence. And so for 566 weeks in a row, we have been bringing forward the Knowledge Seekers workshops to get this message across, that there are limitations of nuclear science, and we're transcending those limitations because they are restricted to the matter state nuclear science. And we're talking about the greater oneness, the universal science. Thank you very much. I am missing something. Oh, one moment, please. Let me see if I can find it. You know what? We're going to end it right here. Thank you very much for allowing me to present.
that a missing? You're missing a background, Alex? Is that what you're looking for?
Yes, I'm missing a background.
That's okay. I think we've had enough ups and downs in a way, although we did see it through, so that was good.
Well, it's the message, not the medium. Thank you all for allowing me to present.
All right, let's see if anyone has any questions for Alex. So if we put the magrev on a spinning wheel, should it become weightless? I don't think so, but it may lose some weight or feel like it has lost, but I don't think that's the way the knowledge seekers achieved a floating magrev. But it does have some ability to, again, feel like there's a weight loss there, the spinning. And maybe that's what he's talking about. Once you get the fields spinning by doing it properly, you do get that floating action or weightless sort of action. I haven't achieved it.
Mark.
So let's see if anyone wants to make a comment, ask a question. What are...
Yeah, put it out to the floor, please. Yeah.
Yeah. Over to the participants.
Okay, Mark, what I would like to say is you just made a statement, and if we put the maggrav to a rotating field, how did you phrase it? Would it become weightless?
No, for example, what you were showing with the weight on the pole and how the young child could handle that, even though the weight was heavier than he was. It created sort of a weight reduction, but I don't think that's the way. But perhaps by interaction of fields on these coils, it does start to float. If you can get those to interact and create that sort of, again, I'm not sure how that is achieved. I haven't actually, until he mentioned floating magrevs, I had never heard anyone even speak of a floating magrev.
Well, this is the point I wanted to make today, was that the rules that apply to this gyroscope apply to the energy transfer in this planet. The same rules. So we only see the rotation of the gyroscope, but we can't see the rotation of the field. We can see the gyroscope before it rotates, right? It's just dead weight. But once we start to rotate it, then magic happens, right? So not only does the strength increase, but the weight reduces. And this is the point. If we can do this in physicality, which the physicality is a manifestation of the plasmatic reality, then therefore the plasmatic reality must also have this attribute. Just because we cannot see the field, and therefore we cannot see if the field is rotating, what we have to understand, because energy is always in motion, and it's the motion of the energy which creates the containment of the field, then that field has to be rotating to maintain its containment. And in the process of rotating, it then has to emit energy and absorb energy to keep rotating. So the field itself becomes gravitationally stable in that process, because if it doesn't rotate, it's just going to basically evaporate. There's nothing to gravitate to. There's no field to discuss. There's no balance in it. So when we're looking at, for instance, the bringing together of these opposing forces, which creates a balance on the one level, and that's okay if you're going straight, but if you make a turn, where's the balance field? There isn't one. So the balance, which is gravitational stability, is only in one dimension. Now, what I'm saying is the Earth is gravitationally stable in 3 dimensions. So if you want to maintain gravitational stability in relationship to the Earth, you have to transfer the ways and means of achieving that gravitational stability to your present structure. And so that's what we've done. We could create, with the gyroscope, we can create a balance field on the X, Y, and Z axis through the rotation. And that rotation creates a stability on each axis. And once you have the stability, look at this train. Look how big it is. Look how floppy it is. Look how many people. So people come on and people come off. So there's a weight balance change. There's a transfer. And, you know, we're not using this technology with our, shall we say, civilian practical means, but we are using it in our planes. This is how they navigate. This is how they make balance. This is how they know about their altitude. And unfortunately, this is how we're using it in the missiles as well. Because when we send a missile, there's no pilot on there, is there? And yet the missile has to know which way is up. Because if it doesn't know which way is up, God help you.
And obviously, there's a lot of rotation going on that we're not aware of. If every plasma and every atom has its own black hole, there certainly must be a tremendous amount of rotations going on, even though they're below our conscious understanding of it. We're sort of understanding it. So there's a lot of vortexes all around us, within us. And these atoms and plasmas, again, pull energy in, give energy out to confirm their existence. This is just a natural process. But how, again, I'm not following on the magrev and how this ties into creating a magrev that can elevate or become weightless. And again, I keep going back to the magrev as us. Randy put something in the chat. Randy, what's the YouTube link you've put there?
That is the lecture of that Eric Lethwich showing his gyroscope. Where the
okay.
Is in and everything.
Of what Alex was showing.
Yes.
Okay.
It's what, about an hour long. In 1974.
Yeah.
Don't expect high quality.
You're a little faint.
I said, don't expect high quality because it was done in 1974. It's his lecture that he did. Does it say where it was? No, it doesn't say where it was.
Mm-hmm.
But Mark, you see, the point is, we believe what we see. And we see this single track train. And it's hard to believe. So if we depend on what we see and what we touch, and even people are writing on it, it's confounding to understand why we're still disbelieving. Which just shows you how ingrained knowledge on this planet is with respect to the limitations that have been imposed on that knowledge. So when we see something like this, well, it's kind of a magic show, isn't it? But, here is a practical application, for instance. So we don't see gyroscope trains, but we do see gyroscope planes. So, why is there a limit, to this type of thing? Why are we being denied access to this advanced technology? Because it shows us how things work. And that's what life is. Life is for learning to learn how things work. And so this is the point.
Well, again, it's back to control. In other words, if I have some help on the farm and they know how to ride a horse or drive a car and there's horses and cars available, they may get in it and drive away because I've sort of been maybe abusing them, underpaying them, overworking them, and the rest. So this is what it's all about, the loss of control by certain groupings, small groupings, but powerful, as we see it, groupings. It's the loss of control. Again, if you can feed yourself, there's not much need for a supermarket or a farm. And again, it applies to energy and it applies to travel as well. So this is why the cork has been on, not allow this to be uncorked in a way, to keep you down on the farm after you've imagined Paris or even seen it. At least that's the way I'm looking at it. It's just too much freedom for people to, or they think it's too much freedom for people to handle in a way. That's why they put gates on cattle farms and sheds and the rest of this. And if anyone learns, or any of the cattle or the sheep learn how to open the gate, then that sheep has to be eliminated because he will teach the other sheeps. And then we won't have control of our stock, so to speak. So I think it's the same with us. But again, it's going to happen regardless. We're doing many of these things unconsciously, but now we're bringing it into a deeper understanding and be able to work it out with the help of system assist, as I like to say.
Well, let's remember, Mark, the most important thing I'm trying to convey here is that our balance within our three dimensions is dependent on external forces, seen or unseen. And that's the message. And thank you all for allowing me to continue presenting.
Right. I thought, oops. Balance, Mark, and fly out of the room.
Did you pull the plug on your microphone? Mark, you turned your microphone off.
Okay, I thought Randy had his mic open for a minute there. I was thinking you heard some feedback. I think I opened two mics at the same time. That's why we got that little feedback. Or unless somebody is listening on speakers, maybe that would affect it too. But yes,
now, that's an interesting point you just brought up. Two mics cause feedback, right?
You want me to demonstrate it again?
No, are these mics the same?
No, one's on one system computer and the other's on an iPad.
Okay, so one is not like the other one.
Well, it's two separate systems connected to the same location.
Yeah, but they're different mics.
Yes.
One mic is on one system.
Yeah.
And there's another mic on the other system, but it's not like the first mic.
Right.
There's only one on one system and one on the other system.
Correct.
And so when you take one plus the other one, And when they're all both open at the same time, you get feedback.
Correct.
What a demonstration.
Well, it happens kind of often, I think, sometimes. Or if somebody's listening through speakers, I think that happens as well sometimes, depending who's talking or how that works. Again, I don't understand these systems that well.
Mark,
yes.
you just mentioned that there are two feeding dimensions. The mics are feeding you information and you create feedback.
Right, if both channels are open, correct. And
right.
I start speaking.
And that feedback is going to continue as long as the two mics are open and continue feeding.
Yes, it does appear that way. It's almost like that mirror effect where you can hold up that mirror and see so many images of yourself fading off into the distance. One mirror into another, let's say.
And yeah, so what I'm just saying to you is that one mic plus one mic is more than two mics, because now you created a feeding dimension, which is supposedly coming from another mic, isn't it? And you are the observer, and you're trying to figure out which dimension you're listening to.
Right.
Oh, anyway, it's just, your timing is absolutely excellent, and I thank you very much.
Okay. I'm not trying to get feedback on the computers. I'm trying to get a feeding going here plasmatically, more or less. Randy, what did you say you thought? Oops. Randy, oh yeah, okay. Randy, you said something about you wish you could get a hold of bottles of.
Yes, those bottles that Mr. Keshe
Come closer, please.
Those bottles that Mr. Keshe showed in the exhibition in 2020 are the best bottles I've ever seen for demonstrating GANs. And I've looked everywhere. I can't seem to find them. So he must have a special supplier. Those bottles exactly.
Oh, those, yeah, okay. Yeah, they again, they may be something special for the Keshe Foundation, or it could be something in the scientific realm, or it could be a liqueur type of bottle where they were able to find its source. I don't know, but yes, they are very long necked, aren't they?
Very long. These usually the long neck ones are maybe, 2 or 3 inches. Those are almost the whole size, almost the same distance as the bottom of the bottle. So.
Right, and I think they do market some of these to private scientists and other things. I think some of these are in the thousands or hundreds of dollars per container.
And I seen in the Brazil one they had bottles like that. So they maybe they were on loan from the foundation too.
Yeah. I think we'll be seeing more glass works in the future, or other containers, other type of containments, perhaps, rather than plastic, as we start to become more aware of this. But that's a beautiful demonstration for someone who wants to, again, show the technology, probably take some pictures, get some feedback to see plastic being moved from the energy state into the matter state. Again, another phenomenal demonstration of a transmutation. And of course, if you
remember,
yep.
I do remember from one workshop, Mr. Keshe said in certain conditions, the energy field was better for certain ganses from a plastic container than a glass one. So that's quite interesting. But I think that had to do with what type of plastic it is. There's so many different variants of plastic.
Yeah, he mentioned about the CO2 being stored in plastic was not a problem, but I thought he said the other one should be in a glass type of container. There's a lot of these little things with this understanding and the science that comes into play. And of course, to become a master at it takes a long, long time. But we're on our road. We're on our way.
Please consider something.
I've got some Cup 1 in some cryogenic tubes. They've been out in Canadian winter for 3 years now. No cracks, no nothing. They've been outside all that time. So, and that's quite a special plastic.
Please consider that plastic contains carbon, and so CO2 has carbon.
This is cup one. Oh, okay.
And the hydrogen, the CH bond in the plastic.
Right, but the CH bond is the precursor for all the elements. So, in the process of creation, it also is a process of decay. They work in two directions. So if you're looking at it for gravitational stability, so you want to, shall we say, break the transition bond. And so you want to put them in something that is also gravitationally stable. So the GaNs within the bottle has its own stability, and the bottle has its own stability. And you know that the glass is very stable because it's made of silica, which is part of the Earth's crust. And we know the Earth is pretty stable, in many ways, more stable than we are.
Right. And I remember at one point he said he preferred glass and because it has a show of strength, some sort of strength about it. Not that there must be something more than just you can't push it like you can plastic. But I think that was around the Cup of Life time, 2020, January, in that period probably, where he said he prefers glass to make it in because it shows strength. And I'm not exactly, many times when he says something, I wonder how to interpret it.
Well, doesn't this look like a regiment of soldiers?
Yes, and sometimes what he said is you just think these bottles of Gantz are arranged in a certain way. But I know in this exhibition, he said he would sit on the other side of the room. He blamed the maid for moving them around in different positions. But he would watch as people, unknowingly, of course, as people walked by this table, whether they would bend or what sort of reactions of their physicality would happen. Again, he didn't go into details, and this is what we see a lot of times with Mr. Keshe, where we think he's looking for one thing and he's actually looking for something else, like in the pig trials in China with the swine flu. Everyone thought he was there to deal with the flu, but he said he was trying to actually revive the digestive system of the animal, and correlating that to when you go into space and how the digestive system will sort of deteriorate in a way because it's not being used as much, and if it could be revitalized once you came back into the matter state. And he said it could be. I think that's one of the things they found in the swine flu in China. And of course, we don't hear much about swine flu in China anymore, as indicated. Anyone else want to ask a question, raise a point? All right. Well, Alex?
I think we want to bring peace to this planet, and we need to do this now.
And again, that's not the end all of the development. That's just the next step in getting to the next step, is to create this permanent peaceful condition on this planet. And it seems like we have a long way to go, but things can change rather rapidly, especially when other systems are going to be activated or put in place, or are in place, as we see with the sun and the aurora and the energies coming from that. So it may be another, as he said with the cars, the hovering car. He said if it was up to me, you'd have that flying car in 6 to 12 months. But if it's up to the governments, God help us. So again, it can go quick or it can go slow. But he's normally on the step by step. Slowly, we move into this process. I think it's to allow other systems and other structures on this planet to accommodate for what's here and what's taking place, rather than just to whip it on everyone in a sort of a shock therapy type of manner. Anyone else would like to have a go with Alex? If you're tough enough.
Am I tough enough?
I meant the questioner.
I question myself.
Can you hear me?
Hello.
Hello?
Yeah. I have a question about the display on my cell phone. I have a larger picture with Ganses and then a smaller one with whatever principle of energy flow. And then I have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 little pictures, which makes the big picture rather small in the space on my cell phone, which is already small. Is that how you have it all displayed?
If you're talking to me, I only
Yes,
display
madame.
one slide at a time.
I think she's talking to all the little thumbnails you have on the bottom, which you usually don't have. And then we see the picture of the Gans bottles and then another picture up in the right-hand corner. I think he had to sort of change his presentation around today. It's normally not like that, but that's just part of his PDF presentation.
Oh, you have got to be kidding.
No.
Is it like that all the way through?
Yes.
Oh.
That's okay. Again, I think Randy mentioned it, but I didn't say anything because I thought perhaps you being on a different system or something, that you couldn't get it to coordinate. So it wasn't a problem for me. I mean, if you can enlarge to a full screen picture, yeah, we see the principal energy flow in the upper right-hand corner and some of the other backgrounds or slides for the PDF on the bottom.
So I should have done this.
Say again, please.
No, that didn't work. How come that didn't work? Oh, you know what? Are you kidding? Why is this not working? The share screen is all messed up again.
Yeah. Well, again, it's usually not the arrow, it's usually the Indian. Although Zoom has been responsible for some of these updates not being ready when they were supposed to be ready in certain countries, as Rick had informed us that not all countries had their Zoom update, or Zoom didn't have updates ready in different countries. So this is where people, if you couldn't update, you couldn't join the meeting. And so that was sort of a catch-22 at that point. No problem. We'll work through it. It's just another transition. You think this is a big transition.
What a day. What a day. We've spent almost 40% of the meeting just trying to figure out the technical difficulties today. Okay.
Okay, anyone else want to bring any other messages, information, sharing?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't
show us your floating mag graph, perhaps? Or maybe you don't have to see it.
She's not changing.
And I'm going to...
What happened now? You're going to take it back? Oh, no, you're...
No, I was going to say I'm going to try and test after this meeting if we can get into that room with using the English KF host, which I tried, but it didn't work. But I'm going to try it again and I'll message you later.
Well, you know what I'm going to try? Can you just
Sure.
No, let's not try anymore. Let's
Okay.
bring this meeting to a close.
All right.
And we apologize for all the technical difficulties, but I hope the message got through. And that's what we have to focus on. And let's focus on the positive things and bring peace to this planet, because that's what this is all about. So if we can understand the practical application of the plasma science and bring it for the peace and prosperity on this planet, then we have lots to look forward to. Thank you so much, everybody, and thanks, Mark, for doing what you do and leading us into this wonderful future. Over to you.
Okay, and I finally figured out how to put two pictures on the same screen. We want to thank you all for being here and helping to deliver. See, now I just got a message that I was muted, but I'm not muted. So yeah, I think this system has to settle down, whatever's going on in the background. Maybe all of it's not complete in its upload, or they found a glitch. It wasn't fully tested. I don't know exactly, but there's been some issues, and mostly on Zoom side. But we want to thank you for pressing on. Again, this can be a bit frustrating, and it's not a day job, and you need some perseverance. As we see with Mr. Keshe, who's been pushing this and learning our ways and how to transfer this knowledge for quite a long time on this planet, and has again worked the last 40 years in this technology to bring it to the point it's at and all the other things. So we want to thank you for being here and carrying a small piece of the very large carpet, enough room for everyone. And of course, we see the three wise men, the thinking correctly, acting correctly, and doing correctly, your thoughts, your actions, and so on. And then, of course, the other slide, may you be proud of the work you do. May you be proud of the person you are, and may you be proud of the difference you make. I think our work is correct and forever. So this is why working in and around the foundation will give you that, in a way, satisfaction of knowing your work is correct and forever, because this is a process that the universe and the universal community has put into motion in a way and planned out for centuries. So this is nothing happening by accident or by coincidence. It's all planned. And yes, we are resisting to a way. I'm not talking you as an individual, but structures on this planet. But again, we know the Creator never loses, and it will be delivered as promised. Timing will be another factor, and it all depends on how governments and others start to pick up this beautiful flower of peace and move with it. But I think more and more, the more time goes on, the more things Mr. Keshe is doing in the background and getting ready for the point where there'll be major releases of this technology in so many different areas. People won't even believe probably they're still on planet Earth in so many ways. Where did all these technologies just appear or just come out of the closet? But more and more we'll show them, and how it's done and what was done, and there'll be a lot to understand, and there'll be many books to be opened as well. I know the problem with disappearing scientists, not that they've gone off into another dimension, but they've been eliminated. These books will be opened as well. So there's many books, not only the religious books, but many other books will be opened up step by step, I think. But the technology is certainly there, and our position is to use our energy side to do the work that we didn't realize we could do, and then to move that into the other understandings in a way, if I could put it that way. Okay, let's go back to our regularly scheduled program. I think I'll just play the final disclaimer, unless someone else has a video or something they'd like to share. We've been here for quite a while, and unfortunately it wasn't as smooth as usual, but I think we did okay. We certainly didn't give up. Are there any other thoughts, questions, comments? And we thank you all for being here, being part of this. I'm sure your souls have brought you here for a bigger work in a future time. And that future time may be closer than we even know, as he said in that universal, where the universes will move and stars and galaxies will take different positions. It's much closer, he said, than anyone can imagine, even those in the universal community. So they may not know the full extent of it, but it's much closer than any of us can imagine. So thank you all. Have an amazing rest of your day. We'll see you in one of the upcoming sessions. Go into the store. And again, make a wish for some things if you can't afford anything in the store, and see how that works out. Or if you do have the ability to purchase something, maybe one of the new products, and there'll be more coming out in the next few weeks or so. Discounts can be achieved, I think, up to December 15th using the holiday bundles that are in the store. So if you're thinking of any of those products, you'll actually have less out of pocket at this point for taking advantage of the holiday bundles. Anyone else? Anything else we'd like to cover? Okay, I'm going to play the final disclaimer and the meeting will come to an end. Until the next time. All right. If there's no other comments, questions, or thoughts, we'll end here right after the disclaimer is played. Thank you all.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.